Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone.
Wow,
Here it's 4:30, buddy.
Yeah, it's 4:30.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the 8th Wonder of the World. We're here at the Sailor Center on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores High School, where this afternoon we have been called into special operations duty.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's special operations
Well,
duty,
the 4:30 tilt is special operations, only because our dear friend Steve Swanker has asked us, and we more than absolutely obliged his request to cover the JV wrestling. But we're covering JV and varsity wrestling here at Mona Shores.
Yep.
Gosh, it's going to be fun.
And we are proud to announce, I just received an email earlier today from one of our great sponsors. They're in the process of making the finalization on this, but sponsored by the broadcast booth sponsor.
Oh, yeah.
Coming to you guys live from the John Vandervelde Nexus Realty broadcast booth. And it's our first opportunity to say that, so pretty happy with that.
That's exciting to say that. We could say that for a long time.
We do,
hopefully.
Yes, absolutely, we do. And honestly, it's a pleasure to say that because great support coming from John Vandervelde and his dad, Bill Vandervelde, as well. So this is a partnership that will last well into the future here, so we're very, very happy to say that.
Gosh,
more stuff coming to show you what they've been able to do, and a few more commercials, which we're still working on making and that kind of stuff. So it's a pleasure. It absolutely is a pleasure to see that support.
And I'm pleased to know that I found if you can look at it now, how can I do that? Right here, Sailor Nation swag, baby. That's what I got today.
Yeah, you remembered it.
Well, I remember because of verbal harassment that you gave me. I was forced to. Otherwise, life and limb and family and all that good stuff. So we're covering roughing. This is a JV. It's a JV match.
JV match, yep.
And the schools, it's Forest Hills Central, it's Shelby, Mona Shores, and Wyoming Lee out of the Grand Rapids area are here. And right now you are watching JV action. And JV action will go to about 6:30. And then we're going to turn it over to varsity. And we're going to have with us Steve Swanker.
Mr. Steve Swanker, that's right.
I'm assuming seems to be in charge of the JV because during football, he does a lot of recruiting for Coach Patrick LeMay. Patrick LeMay is the head coach of the varsity.
That is correct, and he has been a wonderful supporter of us since his arrival here as the varsity wrestling coach. We actually did an interview with him up in the broadcast booth a couple years ago.
Yeah, right.
And,
when he first got the job,
yep.
And that was fun. And I will do anything I possibly can to help the young man because he was kind enough during our practices. The first match goes to Forest Hills Central defeats, and I think that's Lee. Yeah, the Rebels of Wyoming Lee in that first match. So Patrick was very kind to let us use his wrestling room for practice during a couple rainy games. So
you're looking at the shot from Kimmin as we're waiting for the next match to start.
What's up, Kim? I see you, buddy.
Again, utilizing a lot of the equipment that was graciously paid for by the Sailor Classic. Kimmin is over there, as usual, our regular cameraman extraordinaire. And we can't say the eye in the sky because he's actually down on the floor today. We're more the eyes in the sky
today, boy. He's right down on that mat. So now we've got another mat. We've got another one going over here on the west mat here, and that's Lee versus Forest Hill Central there. So we've got two mats going, and we're going to try to give you as much as we can, obviously.
Now, speaking with Steve earlier, he did indicate that all of our sailors are going to be in the center mat.
Oh, okay.
So there's other JV stuff going on over there. All of our sailors for the JV and it sounds like the varsity.
The east mat over here.
We'll be in the center mat there.
And
it
so
should be east mat.
Right. Yep. So both mats right here have Forest Hill Central and Wyoming Lee wrestling at this time. We are well into the winter season right now. We're literally into the last full month of winter sports, and then come March, it's playoffs, it's tournaments coming up.
And it's an opportunity for us to kind of hit the reset button, put a few more things together that we need to do. A little housekeeping, I would say. That's probably the best way to put it.
I would agree.
Little Sailor Nation Sports Network housekeeping. That'd be the best way to put it.
Yeah, we get a little respite here for less than a month, and we're going to get into spring sports. We're going to be checking into that, updating some equipment, just to give you a better product in order to enjoy the sports activities here at Mona Shores High School.
I'm going to, or unless you want to, go check with Steve, see if he's got a JV roster. We never grabbed a JV roster, and a varsity roster for that matter. You want to text him and see if he can run something up?
Yeah, I'm going to do it right now for you.
He forgot our waters and our popcorn too. He didn't take care of us. You might want to nudge him a little bit on that too.
Well, I just asked for water and popcorn. You know, we're not very expensive to hire.
No,
we're cheap.
We are pretty cheap. I mean, asking for water. Come on, Steve. Just some water. That's all we want.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, it's such an opportunity. Oh, I see Kimmin. Kimmin's holding up his water. I'm looking down there.
Oh, Kimmin's got a water.
Yeah, he's
Look
got
at
water.
That. Yeah.
Somebody's taking care of him. That's for sure. Oh, he brought that with him. He had it in his pocket.
Oh, did he?
What I think Kim is trying to say is that he came prepared.
Yeah, right.
And we did not.
Well, so. I can get us some. I know where some is, buddy. I got you.
You know, coming off of this upper respiratory thing, I need some water. I actually found, so those out in Sailor Nation that were interested in the hockey, I did all kinds of research and looking. The videos that we recorded are on Facebook, but for some reason they're in a position, in a spot where they cannot be put back on Sailor Nation Sports Network on the group page. And
so they can't see it via Facebook?
They can't see it. I can see it, but I haven't figured out yet quite how to get it out there. But nevertheless, it is there. So is swimming, which was also cut short. And I'm going to continue to work on getting that back out on Sailor Nation Sports Network so that everybody can enjoy that.
Okay. Over on the west mat is Forest Hills Central, and on the east mat as well. I'm going to be honest with you, Sailor Nation. I know this is one sport I have not coached, and it will be one sport I will never coach. I don't know. I know some of the point things, but very little. We got a near pin going on here on the east one. Wow, boy, you get a guy down like this kid right here, you're just fighting for your life.
Yeah, you got to squirrel around, that's for sure.
And you got a pin already. I mean, that was less than a minute.
Now, again, this is, once Steve gets up here, it'll be a blessing again to have the technical expertise of him.
Right.
I do know just
got another pin over on the west mat here
to be dangerous. I know that there's certain moves that you can get, I believe 1.4, and then moves
1,
you can get 2.4.
Right, like an escape, I think is 2.
And then a pin, obviously, you win the match.
Correct. And it doesn't matter when you get the pin, whether it's 5 seconds in or the second round,
Right.
It's a pin's a pin. And one thing that we can't give you either is we can't give you a team score at this point either. Like we did with hockey and competitive cheer. Now, competitive cheer, we give you the points after each round, and there were 3 rounds for that.
Kim is trying to get my attention to see. He's got a message for me. I'm not exactly sure what it is. It looks like a really, really poor game of charades. Kim, you're not giving me like 2 words, sounds like, rhymes with, anything, nothing at all. So we're going to have to work on this intercom communication with our camera people, that's for sure.
Where are those people today anyway? Oh, the boys are gone.
We are very light today, that is for sure. Connor and Kimmin both have, Connor and Johnny both have previous engagements, work, some other things. I do know that Connor may show up at the varsity game to assist us, but
okay.
It depends on when he gets out and if he has time to get back. So,
again, we've got 2 mats going, an east side and the west side. On the west side over here, it's again Forest Hill Central, Wyoming Lee on the East. Both schools again wrestling. Our numbers aren't real big, and I think what you see is we have to forfeit some weight classes, and that's a tough thing to do. Here
comes the guy. Well, I think he said something about a lackey. Something about a lackey, Steve Swanker.
Oh, and it's
standing
chilled,
up here.
too. Only the best.
So, Steve, when exactly is it that you're going to be joining us in between a rose between two thorns here? Anytime. You come up and sit down whenever you're ready.
Yeah, whenever you're ready, boss.
Hey, well, when does the JV start? I noticed this has been Forest Hills and Lee.
Is this JV now?
Okay, you're all going to be on the center mat there, right? Or the east mat?
So who's wrestling right now? Are this varsity kids or JV kids? Okay.
And is there a roster? Do you have a roster at all? Oh, you are our roster. Okay.
We have a human roster.
A human roster.
This is true.
Does he have a makeup person?
Yeah.
Oh. Yes. We'll make sure to have you a makeup person.
I didn't even know.
Well, people are talking about that here, buddy.
Coach D is sharing the information of the new saying for the Team 58. Go ahead and share it with the rest of the
Salem Nation Sports. What it says now.
While you're looking that up, Robert Young, appreciate it. He says on our feed, keep up the good job. I'm spreading the word as to what sports you are covering. A few grandparents now know and you are getting a big thank you. So, Robert, that's exactly, again, we've talked about it over and over again. That's the kind of stuff that we do. That's why we do what we do, because we enjoy being able to bring that up.
Oh, yeah. And they have Steve Swanker is going to be joining us very shortly. Can you get some expertise? Because I'm telling you right now, this one sport, it ain't happening. Not going to be coming out of, no. That's why we need you here ASAP to talk about this. Yes.
So, just real quick, throw that on. Okay, flip that down. You can give us a little bit of a insight as to the scoring. Now, we know enough to know there's 1 point, there's 2 points and pins, correct?
Yeah, near falls.
So a reversal is 2 points, okay.
An escape is 1.
An escape is 1, okay.
Is there 3 points or just 1, 2, and pin?
1, 2, and pin, isn't it? Correct.
You can get 2 for near fall and also 3 for near falls when you're on your back.
Okay.
Without being pinned.
Without being pinned, okay. Now, Steve, how many? It's just Shores, Forest Hill Central, Shelby, and us.
And Wyoming Lee.
Oh, and Wyoming
was
Lee.
a late addition.
A late addition. Okay. No, that's great.
Yeah, we're talking.
Well, I want while I got you guys here. I'm going to cross this off my bucket list. To be in between you two guys is just amazing to me. It's just
a rose between two thorns.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about.
And you're blossoming right now at the right time in your life.
I am,
because not only are you local, but you are worldwide. So people all over the world, buddy, will hear you.
All over the world.
Yeah,
How many people we got watching?
Well, right now we've got 6. We had 14 earlier. I mean, we've actually had almost 20 people. And we are just a hair shy of 2,800 people.
Are we really?
Amazing.
Part of Salem Nation
in
Sports
2 years?
Network,
Well, I don't think I've ever seen the gym look so nice.
It looks great.
With the wrestling mats on it.
Yeah, it looks good.
You know, I feel a little bit like Troy Aikman at the Super Bowl. You know,
Yes, you do. Yeah, right. Wow.
As you should.
I would like you to call me the Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
The Hall of Famer, Steve Swanker.
Well, I don't know, Sailor Nation.
The Hall of Famer runner-up.
Yeah, close enough.
2018, Steve Swanker was OK Black Freshman Coach of the Year.
We dominated the freshman
not only
football field.
dominated, but it was merciful.
Speaking of football, and that's a good segue into wrestling, Steve, you'll be able to fill this in. We've talked to Patrick LeMay about this in previous broadcasts when we interviewed him. How much benefit do you get from football players that wrestle, from the type of work that they do and what they learn out of wrestling?
Well, you know, I go back to Josh Hill. And if you can get a Josh Hill every 4 years in the football program, boy, I think it would be worth it.
And he was a beast in football, but he was He was a state wrestler, a state
two-time All-State.
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean, it pays off. When Lowell was dominant in the football scene, everybody wrestled. All their football players wrestled.
And how many? Do you see a lot of the football players wrestling or no?
No, we have 2 from Coach Davros' team. Well, 3 from Coach Davros' team. So it's still pretty new to us. We're trying to get back at it. And,
and I'm going to do a better job next year because these kids should. If you're not powerlifting, if you're not playing basketball, you should be wrestling.
Well, you can do both. That's the thing. And
that's right.
You think you're in shape for football until you get out here.
Oh,
and this is tough.
So Sailor Nation, I just wanted to show you what the booth up here looks like. The John Vandervelde of Nexus Realty broadcast booth. The rose between two thorns here with Steve Swanker joining us.
I am blessed.
Yeah, we are the ones that are blessed.
Oh, please.
Steve.
God, you look at this kid down here. He's just fighting for his life down here.
How often, when you get down like that, you've got a dominant wrestler now on top. How often do these guys get out? How often? Is that why it is so many points? If you get a reverse leg, if you get out of that and escape.
Now this kid is able.
You would be happy just to get off your back.
Yeah.
Like that kid, like this young man is right now.
Right. I mean, he's fighting for his life right now, isn't he?
Yes. We were at Kelloggsville on Saturday, and there was 2 of the top wrestlers in the state in D2 at the same weight, and I'm not sure who's ranked higher, but the one was on his back. He was going to get pinned, and he fought, and he ended up winning. So,
really?
Yes.
Wow.
The
Lee
wrestler looks a little beat up there.
Well, he is a little beat up. This kid put the mess on him here.
No, I think he's a lot beat up.
Yeah, he was. This kid was very forthcoming in his endeavors to win this match. Steve, how far along are you in your season right now? We're in the beginning, the first week in February.
We are towards the final stretch. We have tonight, Friday night here for conference.
You're hosting conference.
We are hosting conference.
Okay.
And then we have team districts here next Wednesday. And then a week from this Saturday is individual districts. So we're in the postseason starting next week.
Wow, your season's going fast.
Well, I would think that's who you ask.
Yeah.
For me, it seems going by pretty fast, but.
Well, Steve also has a wonderful son that's a senior, Robbie Swanker. How's Robbie doing this year?
You know what? I would say for the first time in maybe 3 years, it looks like he's having fun doing it.
Good for him.
That's a good thing.
Yeah.
How's his knee? Knee's all good?
Knee's perfect.
That's great. That's great. I know he heard it.
Having some success on the mat.
Last year doing football, good linebacker, and concentrated on wrestling this year, which is good. I'm glad he's having fun. That's.
I think it's always more fun when you're winning.
Oh God, yes.
It's always more fun.
It's a lot more
That's
fun.
for sure.
What weight class is Robbie?
Robbie will be wrestling 162 today.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry, 152.
152. Now, Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think I am wrong. I don't see many of our kids wrestling so far.
Well, we're going to have 4 kids that are going to wrestle on the JV matches.
Are these JV matches right now?
These are both JV matches we're watching right now.
So are our kids not wrestling because we don't have the kid in this weight class?
No, when we start, we're going to go right away. We're going to have 4 matches almost.
Okay,
bam.
So it's Forest Hill Central versus Wyoming Lee first, correct?
No, it's JV can wrestle any JV.
Oh, I gotcha. Okay.
And
that's why you're up here.
We got to throw a shout out to Cliff Rundell.
Cliff does.
Cliff,
you're everywhere, buddy.
Right back to you. And also John Vandervelde is signed in and said we're doing a great job.
John,
this is our first time covering wrestling.
Yeah?
Live, anyway. I think we had a couple of broadcasts that Kidman was here, graciously recorded those, and we were able to play them last year. But this is our first live coverage. Yeah. And I believe it might be our first live JV.
Yeah.
Outside of like the blue and white night, I think we were here a couple years ago to do blue and white as part of a test of our first inaugural season.
Kimmin filmed a JV football game, but obviously I don't have the pull that Steve does because nobody was talking during my game.
Yeah.
So, he just filmed and, we hope we won. But because Steve Swanker
we know
and
who
Steve
has the power.
Well, we know. That's right. Exactly.
And the fact that he brought us waters.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, nothing's too good for my guys.
Well, absolutely.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. Why do you, Steve, and football players, why can't we get more football? Is wrestling just that demanding of a sport where some of these kids just aren't able to handle it? Or do the bodies need a break, or is powerlifting taken?
I would go with the powerlifting. I would think the powerlifting right now is so demanding, and when you win a state championship in football,
yeah, right,
it's a year process for football.
Yeah, right, yeah. Times have changed. Times have changed drastically.
And what I see from a length of competing time frame, wrestling, I think, is a more physically demanding sport.
Oh.
At least during the match, like that amount of time.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think it is extremely demanding. I watch these kids right here just struggling for their lives so they don't get pinned, and we've seen a boatload of pins today already. A pin is worth how many points? Is it worth points if you pin a kid?
Yes, it's. I believe it's 16 points.
16 points? Okay, that's quite a bit.
And no points no pin during the match itself. Whoever has the most points at the end of, is it 3 minutes? Is it 3 minute?
3 2-minute periods.
Okay, so after 3 2-minute periods, no pin. Whoever gets the total number of points wins that match.
Yes,
and then is that 6 team points as well, or?
Yeah,
we'll have to look that one up.
Yeah, we'll look that one up. Coach Davros is on there.
Yes, I can do that. You just see where. So
you feel pressured, Steve?
No,
do you feel pressured to have all the answers?
This is my true calling.
You know what? And honestly, we had flirted around with the idea of you being our sideline reporter for football. I still think that's something that we should look at doing.
Well, M7 Sports is courting. I've got a lot of offers on the table right now.
Well, it's good for you to include. Looking at all of them.
Twitter is blowing up, because your boy Urban was scheduled to take the SC job. Now, when they retained their head coach, Urban thought maybe Cleveland, and rumor had that you were going to go with Urban Meyer. But now Michigan State has opened up. D'Antonio has.
Wouldn't that be something if Urban Meyer came in at Michigan State?
But rumor has it Steve Swanker might be making a jump.
He's on the short list?
Well, he's on that chart from Division
I know for a fact
to Division I football.
A JV coach. He's in the Hall of Fame right now. He's in the JV Football Hall of Fame right now. And I'm sure they would love to have him.
High school wrestling. Yeah.
So you had mentioned earlier that our wrestlers will be coming up here shortly. I still haven't seen them. Do we have any time frame on when our wrestlers will be going? No,
they'll just say. We've got 4 JV guys right in a row.
Okay.
I see they're down there warming up.
Okay.
They're warmed up, ready to go. And I love the fact that we're showing the JV guys because they work just as hard as the varsity guys every day in practice.
Well, and that's just it. In every sport, we know that the JV teams they put in a lot of work as well, and that's the junior varsity, the freshmen. That's all development for the big leagues, if you will,
right.
The farm clubs, and there's no less work.
Oh, no.
And typically what you will end up seeing is those that put the work in at the freshman and JV level are going to be the ones that, work and shine at the varsity level. So.
I found some information. I'm going to let Steve read it here because he knows what he's talking about. Go ahead.
Well, a tech fall, that's if you beat somebody by 15 points, that's 5 team points. A major decision, and if you win that match by 8 to 14, that's 14 points. And if you just beat the kid 3-1, 3-2, whatever, it's 3 team points. And we'll explain that more during the varsity matches.
I didn't know there were I thought you beat a kid, let's say 8-5. All right, you got 8 points. But
No.
it's not necessarily like that, is it?
Nope.
No. Wow. And that's why you're here.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
We had a team bonding last Friday. We watched the Penn State-Iowa dual meet on Big Ten Network, and I'll tell you, that was something.
Did you really? Oh, that must have been something to watch.
Went down to the heavyweights.
Oh.
Okay, we've got our first Mona Shores sailor up.
Who is that, buddy, and what weight class?
His name is David Wilson. David is a sophomore, and he's kind of bounced up and down around the varsity lineup, JV level. He's getting some great mat time, and he's absolutely one of the hardest workers in that room.
So as we go through this match, explain what we're seeing.
Yep.
Okay. So as far as moves, reversals,
right?
That kind of stuff, escapes, that kind of thing.
So you're basically going to be play-by-play right
That's
now.
correct.
Okay?
I'm the Troy Aikman of us.
You are.
You are.
Well, now Troy's
You were before
more
you even
color.
sat down.
Troy's more color.
I would think David's around the 130, 135. I didn't see exactly what he weighed in at. I'm trying to get some head control there.
David Wilson from
David
Mona
Wilson,
Shores.
sophomore.
From Mona Shores going
Got a very bright future in this sport. Okay, he got 2 for a takedown. David is up 2-0.
So he's trying to get leverage to get the young man on his back. Is that in essence the goal here?
He really should try to belly her out right now.
Okay.
And I'm sure the coaches are communicating that with him.
Okay, now if this kid were to sit and escape him, he would get the opponent. He would get 1 point. Okay.
And that was almost an escape.
Almost.
Yeah.
But he never regained control or outside of his control.
So he's trying to get leverage, trying to get a hand, get in a certain position to roll this kid, I'm assuming. Okay.
Still the same score.
Okay. You had mentioned this kid, Wilson, had jumped up some varsity, some JV. What causes a young man to elevate to varsity or stay at JV, Steve?
Well, I would think it would be, in his case, maybe the varsity guy was sick. Maybe he didn't make weight.
Right, okay.
Maybe there was an issue outside of school.
Okay.
But Coach LeMay is excellent on getting these kids varsity matches.
Yeah.
What's going
Power
on?
was lost at the scoring
Power
table.
is out.
Okay, the match stops on.
So still 2-0.
Still 2-0.
Mm-hmm. So, in order to fill a vacancy or so you don't forfeit a weight class, you would elevate a JV kid to the varsity level.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, right, okay.
All right, looks like they got Power back to the scoring table. Minute 4 left in this. This would be the first round, correct, still?
First round of JV, yep.
And there's 3 rounds in this? I mean, 3 different
I think there'll be 2 or maybe 1.
Oh, okay. So because of the loss of power, they restart with 1 down and 1 wrapped round. Okay, I gotcha. Scores 2-0, Sailors.
Still 2-0.
Yeah.
David's been nursing an elbow injury, maybe hyperextending it, but he's tough and through it today.
Oh, okay. Well, working with, I take it he's been working with Mikey Schuster.
Yep. Okay, we have got a reversal for 2.
So it's 2-2 right
2-2,
now.
2-2, yep.
And there's 10
and
seconds remaining.
And she is going to get him on his back.
Oh, and he pins our young man. Tough loss.
Tough loss, very tough.
Okay, so a pin gets you how many team points?
6. Well,
6?
We're not having any team points right now for JV.
Oh, okay.
Okay, up next for Mona Shores, we have the freshman. He's one of my guys, Matt Corson. All these JV guys, every one of them is just great attitudes and hard workers.
A lot of promise coming up in the future.
Just
for wrestling.
Really have bought into Coach LeMay and his program. David, he'll be back.
Do they know who they're wrestling prior to the match? I mean, how much notice do they get against who they're going to wrestle, who their opponent is going to be?
For the JV, probably none. Probably, and these guys, I don't even think they would care. They just want to be out on the mat.
Right.
Yeah. Now, you said David Wilson was a sophomore?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Did he wrestle last year for you guys as well?
He is a transfer from Fruitport, so I'm not
sure.
Really? Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Great young man.
Super. So he's got a good future. He's got to work on something.
Absolutely. That's why you're here.
Yep. I was looking at your roster. Gavin Stout, relation to Cole?
Brother.
The brothers?
Brothers.
Oh, okay. All right. Jake, how's my boy Jake Moll doing this year?
Yeah, he's doing fantastic.
Boy, missed
he
it
goes
during
out
football.
And he just works and works and works. That's all he does.
Yep.
Oh, well, we've got 2 for a takedown for Lee, and now he's getting some near fall points. When the ref has got his arm moving, he's got 3 for a near fall.
Okay.
So right now the score is 5-0.
So
Lee.
The official always signals the score right away, right? Depending on what. Oh, okay. We might have a pin.
No near fall points awarded.
Do you have to hold that near fall for a certain amount of time? Is that what it
count.
is?
He's counting when his arm is moving.
Do you have a young lady on the team?
No, we do not.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay. Just checking here on the roster. Boy, yeah, you're right. There are not a lot of football players wrestling.
What happens on a draw, points-wise, if they're tied up? Like 5-5 at the end of this.
Well, they'll go into overtime.
Okay.
They'll go into a minute overtime.
And then if it's tied after the overtime, it just continues until one person has one?
You'll go a minute, and then, I think you'll go 2 minutes and then 30 seconds. One up, one down.
I got you.
Looks like Matt's trying to work that cradle.
Yeah.
He's just got to flip them.
Yep.
It's the end of the first period right there.
5-1.
Yeah. All right, now, Steve, I noticed the official throws something down that looks like a disc that's red and green. What does that mean?
Mona Shores, in this case, is green, and Lee is red. They flipped green, so Mona Shores will have the choice to
be up or down?
Up or down or defer.
What does deferring get you other than the other guy?
I guess it's going to depend on the wrestler. You're going to get a guy maybe.
Why would you want to defer?
So you can go on bottom the third period.
Oh.
And the point the hope.
God, look at this. This is just amazing. Just the athleticism that you see people. Well, you don't have to. No. You have to be a really good athlete to wrestle. There is no question in my mind.
Oh, for sure.
Oh,
Nick.
my God. Because, number one, you have to be physically strong, bottom line, all right?
Right.
2, you've got to make a certain weight.
I don't know about strong all the time. I mean.
Well, not
it's
strong.
about leverage. It's
about
the angles and leverage.
Depend. Takedown for Mona Shores.
Yeah. But
to
you
his
got to
back.
be smart because you're always thinking while you're wrestling, what am I going to do? You have to,
What works? What doesn't work?
Right.
What's my next move?
Yeah. What's my next? How am I going to counter the move that he may do on me all the time? You got to be smart as well.
That's a big pin. That's a great win by Matt. He was down 5-1.
Yeah.
6-3 was the total score before he got that pin. So he got those 2 points back with the reversal, and then.
But he was going to get 3 back points.
Sure. Yep. That was good. So now that's 16 points for a pin, correct? Is that how that works?
16 points?
6.
Yeah. So that was Matthew Curson. Is that
Yep.
Okay, good.
Now we got from Mona Shores, Amari Thomas.
Yeah.
Fantastic young man.
I saw him wrestle last time I was here.
Yes, you did.
He did a nice job.
Yep.
The young man was. I was impressed with.
There's no quitting this kid.
No. And he was in 10th grade as well.
Yes, he is. He's a sophomore.
He should have been playing football for me too. What a. This kid was just
no points yet.
Hustling.
They went off the circle.
So how far out of the circle? Where does it stop and they reset?
It all depends. You know, if you have a foot in, they might stop it.
And in this situation right here, there's no obvious control by anybody. Is that correct?
No, there's no points.
So he hasn't awarded anything to
Nope.
anyone. But easily, once he gets around to the side or locks into.
Okay,
now
there's a
there's
takedown by Forest Hills. That's 2 points for Forest Hills.
You have 17 on the roster. What's a good number a coach likes to have on a team?
Escape for
Steve?
Shores.
Boy, I mean,
mid-20s, I would think, maybe?
Grand Haven's got 50. Whitehall has an A and a B team.
Really?
Grand Haven has an A and a B team. So.
Wow.
Really?
Strong wrestling programs.
Oh, my
Right.
goodness. Big wrestling programs. Hasbury has probably got a lot. They're always tough year in and year out.
Now that's a takedown. There's 2 points. Brings about 3-2. Steve, you've been a wealth of knowledge. Wealth of knowledge you have been.
Oh,
yeah,
my gosh.
Yeah.
I already am starting to understand this story.
How long have you been coaching wrestling here now at Shores, Steve?
This is my first year.
Well, but you've been involved, though, for years, haven't you? I mean, helping out and stuff?
No, I think my son has been wrestling 8 or 9 years. So.
Okay. All right, well, good.
Got 3-3 with 25 seconds left in the first period.
I noticed that this referee over here on the west mat looks like LeMay.
Nah.
Doesn't he?
He's got the beard.
3-3, 18 seconds remaining in this opening period.
I'd like to thank everybody. We have 11 people currently watching right now on Sailor Nation Sports Network. JV Wrestling right now, followed by the Varsity Wrestling.
And escape for one.
Gave up an escape real late in the period. That's.
I was talking to some of the guys last week, and they said in the springtime when wrestling comes to an end, wrestling you could do almost year round, can't you?
Oh yeah, sure. You can do Greco, or you can do freestyle.
Wow, I didn't know that. Okay.
You know, martial arts, grappling martial arts like jiu-jitsu and stuff like that. Does that come into play? Like somebody that's big into jiu-jitsu, are they naturally going to be a good? I mean, let's say again they take the jiu-jitsu for seriousness and they pour themselves into that. Would that be an easy translation over into the wrestling world?
Well, that's funny you asked that because my son Robbie actually went and was asked to show some grappling wrestling at a jiu-jitsu class.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah, it goes hand in hand. I didn't know that until he went and did that.
Because it really is, if you look at it from the standpoint of grappling,
for sure,
this part of it is the grappling part. Now, obviously, the takedowns and whatnot are a little bit more forceful and, intended to stun and wound and that kind of thing. And there's chokeouts and everything else with jiu-jitsu. You're not doing that here. However, it's still very similar in nature.
Got 56 seconds remaining here in period number 2 for 3 Shores. It's Forest Hill Central versus
is there any
Mona Shores.
Technique? Let's say you're really struggling as one of the
It's 2 for
opponents.
takedowns.
Is there any intentional move to the outside to break whatever might be going on? I mean,
I think it's always a possibility. You can kind of scoot off the mat, but you're going to get called for stalling.
Again, is there a limit to that?
Really?
Do you get penalty points?
You get a warning for stalling, and then you give the opponent a point.
Now, does that count as a takedown?
No. Nope, he's going to get some back points. Nope.
Two
back points. He hasn't awarded it yet. Yep, 2. Short time left in the second period.
Down to 10 seconds remaining. 7-4. Forest Hill Central. We come to the end of period number 2.
7-4.
So now that's a 3-point lead. And if we go back to our scoring for team, is that 3 points? It's 3 team points, if I remember correctly saying?
Yeah, for the varsity.
Okay. The score the same in JV or no?
Yeah, well, there's no team right now.
Gotcha. This is just match.
Individual.
1v1.
There's a reversal by Amari. That's 2. I believe we'll have one more JV wrestler from Mona Shores.
Is there submission?
No.
From a pain
A tap
standpoint
out?
or a tap out or anything
Well,
like that?
the referee, if intent to injure, if he sees a limb bending the wrong way, he'll stop it. Right there, and that's what we were just talking about. It looked like Murray wanted to get him in a full Nelson.
Score's 95. We got 1:02 remaining in the third and final period here. It's Mona Shores versus, or this match, Mona Shores, Forest Hills Central.
For those of you who are out there, make sure you pass it along to as many people as you can. Following the JV, we'll have the varsity wrestling. So if you know anybody out there,
going. Murray's trying to work that half in.
Oh, now he's got that left arm pin.
Looking
back
for the
there.
pin.
Here we go.
Nice.
Wow,
Murray
nice
Thomas
pin.
with the pin. With 33 seconds left in the third period.
so a good friend of mine is the fire chief for Fruitport Fire Department, Brian McKelly. Great wrestler. He was an all-state wrestler. Helped with the wrestling over at Fruitport for a while. I can see why he has a shoulder that was dislocated about 47,000 times.
Absolutely.
And he was recently involved in an accident, and he had a dislocated shoulder from the accident.
Oh.
When he was in the ER, he said, "You guys need to just step back. I know how to do this myself." So he established his shoulder. He put his shoulder back in.
He did it by himself?
By himself. He says, "I know how to do
God.
this. Just let me do it."
Yeah, right now you got Emilio Martinez, who is a junior who has never played organized sports before and has came to wrestling and stuck with it and is improving every day. Every day. He didn't know anything, and he's definitely getting better. And it's not always the results, the final score.
It's how much improvement, learning.
Yep.
And you said he's a sophomore?
He's a junior.
Junior, okay.
Okay.
So he's got an entire remaining season plus off season to get ready for next year.
Absolutely. Score 2-1.
2-1, minute 19 remaining, period 1.
Got some back points. Oh. And like that, it's over.
Wow, that was a fast
one wrong move.
One wrong move.
And you're done.
The match. Yeah.
You know, there's no lack of effort with that result because he is absolutely working his tail off every day.
Right. Oh, that's great to hear.
Yeah. And I know
how
he
many
doesn't always
seniors
like
do
to
you
hear
have,
it, but
Steve, how many seniors then do you have in the program?
We
roughly?
have 3 seniors right now.
Wow, you're really young then, aren't you?
Yeah, we are very young.
You say hi to Kimmin over there. He's looking up at the booth. How you doing, Kimmin?
What's up, Kimmin?
A little break in the action. So now what's going on now? I know that it looks like they're pulling up this other mat. They're done. Is this JV done now? Is this – what are we looking at?
I think so. I'm not sure exactly.
I mean, they're obviously pulling these mats up over here.
Yeah. But I know Mona Shores will wrestle, varsity will wrestle Forest Hills and Shelby.
Okay.
And it was news to me that Lee was coming today. So I'm not sure exactly the format.
Did we? I think it was over the weekend that we saw that Lee was involved in this, correct, Nick? When we were looking things up.
Right,
I heard rumors, but I didn't know for sure till this morning.
Okay. Is this an annual thing that you have here, this format,
No.
Steve?
No,
okay.
I mean, you only have so many home meets.
Oh, okay.
Well, why don't we take a quick break while we've got the break in the action, and we'll be right back.
Sailor Nation Sports Network fans, now's your opportunity to become a sponsor. If you would like to get your name listed as an alumni or as a business and support this great thing we have going, please contact us on the Sailor Nation Sports Network group page. We'd be happy to list you and your business, or just you as an alumni, in support of these great opportunities for our young athletes. Don't forget that your sponsorship will also be rebroadcast anytime one of our programs goes on the Muskegon Channel 96, Government Access Channel. That's where it will be seen in its entirety every time we show you in our Sailor Nation Sports broadcast. Contact us today to get that sponsorship going. The Sailor Nation Sports Network would like to announce the first ever Pinnacle of Pride sponsor, the Sailor Classic. The Sailor Classic is a golf outing fundraiser created in 1990 and focuses on ways to enhance both the student athletes and the true fans' ability to experience all that Mona Shores has to offer. The Sailor Classic has provided a multitude of areas of financial support for athletics throughout the Mona Shores school system. In 2001, a foundation was created under the Sailor Classic to fund scholarships for qualifying student athletes. That fund has since grown to over $150,000 and has helped several students athletes begin their college endeavors. The Sailor Classic is held every summer. For anyone interested in either becoming a sponsor in the Classic or simply participating, please see the Sailor Classic Facebook page for the most up-to-date information. Thank you, Sailor Classic, for your generosity and support of our Sailor Nation Sports Network as the very first Pinnacle of Pride sponsor. Sailor Nation Sports Network is proud to present our newest Pinnacle of Sailor Pride member, John Heisinger. John is a proud graduate of Mona Shores class of 1993. He was an active member of several sports while in high school. John now has his own children, either graduated from or attending Mona Shores. John owns and operates 4 self-storage units within Kent County and Muskegon County, boasting the easiest storage process ever, as well as 24-hour surveillance and gated entry. These self-storage options are surely perfect for your needs. Thank you, John Huizinga, for your pinnacle of sailor pride support.
Welcome, everybody. We are back at the 8th Wonder of the World. We're calling it the Sailors Center here on the beautiful campus of Mona Shores High School. It's varsity wrestling tonight from the Sailors Center, and we are pleased to bring this to you each and every night that we can. But tonight, it's just going to be wrestling, my friend.
That's right, and Kimmon's looking at us, so we can say hi to Sailor Nation sports fans out there. The JV just finished up. If you weren't able to catch the JV matches, it was a great warm-up for us because we learned a lot from Steve Swanker, who's going to be coming back to join us again here in the John Vandervelde of Nexus Realty broadcast booth.
Boy, does that sound nice.
Yes, it does, and it sure did make our day to be able to do that with the support that John and his dad Bill are able to give us, and we thank you guys very much, as well as everybody else that's thrown their support to us, whether it be just through the comments that you've made or the support that you've given financially. Both ways around, it's been absolutely wonderful. So thank you very much, Sailor.
We're coming toward the tail end of our winter season, and we've had a ball doing a variety of different sports, and we're looking to upgrade more next year. But this year, we've been able to, we have competitive cheer, we had swimming, we had basketball, we've had wrestling, we did bowling.
Yeah.
It's been great.
So we're going through the team matches, those that do not have opponents in the weight groups. We'll have to confirm that with Steve, but I believe that is the case. As you go through and there's no opponent for that weight group, I think it's a forfeit, and you get that team point win.
Yeah,
so
I'm going to look that up for her right now because I was looking at some wrestling scores.
And I believe that is the case, so we'll have to wait and see. We have a couple different looks for you tonight. You'll see both cameras currently. Kimmon is down on the floor and is taking it right from Matt's side. We are also looking at it from up above, so you get a couple different looks at this. And again, we want to thank you for joining us. Getting ready for our first match here. And it looks like, who do we have wrestling there? Forest Hills and who else? Shelby, okay. This is the 112 weight group. And, Steve, we had a question in regards to the one that came up. If there's nobody in a weight class to wrestle against, it's an automatic forfeit, and you get the points, correct?
Yes.
Is that? And how many points do you get for
6.
a forfeit? 6 points.
Right,
okay.
right. It says here, in a dual meet scoring, fall, forfeit, default, or disqualification, it's 16. Now, is this a dual meet?
Yes.
Okay.
Is it as long as you have 3? What's considered a duel? Duel. Just 2 teams?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to keep that on in case we have questions.
And then when these two are done, Mona Shores will wrestle Forest Hills, I think, first.
Okay. Thanks for joining us, Steve.
Oh, this is
Oh,
a dream
God.
come
Heck of
true.
an
this
opportunity
is
to
just
have you. You've already
Oh, you've given
educated
so much
us
already.
so
I mean,
much.
just enhancing
It's
what
that or
we're
roll
doing.
those mats down there.
Yeah.
And those don't go anywhere by themselves. I hope everyone knows that.
Oh, that's a lot of teamwork right
Yeah,
there.
it's a lot of. It's above my pay grade.
Above or below?
Way above. Those are young kids down there.
It's above your. It's above your physical ability.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. Still a 2-1 match.
So, Steve, question for you, if I may. You had a
Sailor Nation Sports Network group page.
I have a question for you, Steve. You want
Go
to
ahead, Nick. Please,
okay.
please.
A young man wrestled JV, okay? JV competition done. Can that young man now transfer back to varsity and wrestle a varsity match?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think it's going to happen today.
No, but
the problem with us right now as a team is that everybody weighs about the same.
Oh, okay.
Between 130 and 145, and then you go from 45 to 60. We don't have a lot of
You don't have enough diversity in there to fill all the weight classes?
or kids.
Or kids, yeah, right.
How many total on the varsity team? How many total kids?
I thought I counted 16.
I think 8. I think when all said and done, we'll have
8 total.
Anthony
then?
Allen, Gavin Stout, Ethan Gravy, Sanborn, who sang the national anthem beautifully.
He did a nice
Did
job.
very nice job.
And then Jake Mole will wrestle 45, Robbie Swanker 52, Cam McGinley at 162, Gabe Jensen, the senior, at 171, and then Ezra Purple at 189.
Oh,
So
Ezra's doing varsity tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, good
So
for
we have
Ezra.
a lot of holes,
Yeah.
and we'll touch base on that once it happens.
Sure. Round 1 of this first match between Shelby and Forest Hills.
And one difference already at 112 weight classes. They get the horn at the varsity level. JV,
We're at
you
the
know,
big times now, aren't we?
wow.
No, there's only one match going at a time.
Yeah, right, yeah. That's true as well.
So we had mentioned that we're going to be doing like spotlight. Is that correct?
Yeah, the whole gym will be dark except for the mat
When do we go to that?
when Mona Shores wrestles.
Okay, I gotcha.
So right now it's going to be Shelby versus Forest Hill Central, correct?
Right now, yep.
Right now, okay. Now, will they go through the entire weight classes
Yep.
and then it changes over?
Yep.
Okay, all right. Oh, here comes a pin just waiting to happen. No, he got an escape.
You know, it's the lower weight classes, like the 112.
Oh,
Scrappy kids.
Boy, you're not-
Man, are they some?
crazy, isn't it?
There's some seriously scrappy kids. That's for sure.
How heavy is heavyweight?
285.
That's a big body, boy.
Anthony Allen just walked by our booth.
These guys are getting pumped up.
Anthony Allen, the senior. We used to call him itty bitty, and he's not so itty bitty anymore.
No,
Went from eensy weensy to itty bitty.
Yeah,
to pin specialist.
And there is a pin by Forest Hills.
Forest Hills got a nice program, Steve.
Yeah, I think they do.
Do they?
Yeah, I mean, and by looking at the numbers, you know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, just numbers alone.
numbers alone, correct.
Yeah, right. Geez, with numbers like that,
Once
you
again,
can fill almost every weight
Sailor
class,
Nation
can't you?
Sports Network.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm
in
sure they
theory,
do.
you
I'm
should,
sure
yeah.
I'm sure they have a full lineup.
Right, yeah.
So again, while we're waiting for the next match to start, always got to thank Sailor Nation Sports Network fans out there, as well as all of our financial supporters. The first one that we've secured most recently is the John Vandervelde of Nexus Realty broadcast booths supporter. Thank you very much.
Boy, you get a hold on a kid, and you do things
Don't let
right.
go.
Boy, you just don't let go. And
He let go and he didn't get his bonus. You see
no, right. And
Because you have to
kid
control it all the way down to the mat.
And
correct.
that kid ran out of bounds to save his life. Yeah, I mean, that was a good escape mechanism for the kid, but kid from Forest Hills Central, hand him down, just let him go.
Oh, look, Steve Swanker's watching.
I have to.
Is Mom here watching today, Stevie?
My mom?
Your wife.
She's down there. I see her.
Yeah, my wife
She's-
is here, and
the
I'm
wife-
sure my parents will be here.
Absolutely. How's your daughter doing in college?
She's doing well.
She's doing well. Soccer's coming in. The knee's all good with her
He
as
is
well.
well, I think it's
That's great.
It's going to be after surgery.
Yeah. She had another surgery?
No.
Oh, no, the first one, right? Yeah. Oh, no, that's great. I'm happy to hear that.
Now on the scoreboard over here, is one particular side, is that green and that's red? Is that how we do that?
The Sailors is Forest Hills.
Okay.
Is they're up 12-0 by team score, and they're up 4-1 in this match at 119.
Okay. So that will always
okay.
be Forest Hills on this side and Shelby on the
Yes.
other. Okay. Good. See, you can look right on here if you want a closer look.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
So
I was looking at the official. He was down on his knee, and his hand was, kind of like this. What does that mean?
that means there's no back point going to be awarded yet.
Oh, okay.
Again, I'm with Joe Kanukin and the Hall of Famer Nick Davros.
Yeah. And look who's coming up
Look
right
who's
here.
coming up,
There he
Mr.
is,
Patrick
right
LeMay.
there. Head coach Patrick
LeMay.
LeMay. How are you, my friend? Good to see you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Davros.
step on in here. We'll do a little interview with you. Sailor Nation Sports Network fans that are watching, we've got Patrick LeMay, the varsity wrestling coach. Thanks for joining us.
You're welcome.
Now, we got a couple of matches, obviously, before the Sailors start to wrestle. So what's your prediction for tonight? Are we looking for a good matchup tonight for the Sailors?
Yeah, absolutely. We are very young, and we have a light team. Unfortunately, we haven't been unable to fill up a whole lineup, but I'm really excited about the first duel against Shelby because they're in a similar situation. We have really similar tough wrestlers,
Sure.
just not able to fill up a whole lineup.
Steve was saying that there's a lot of weight classes in the middle where you don't have anybody in there to be able to fill.
It's funny, we actually have the middle, we just don't have the
that's what it
light
was, yeah.
guys or the heavy guys.
Yep.
So part of tonight is to try and get out some student body. I know a lot of the football players are coming out to encourage them to try the sport.
Yeah, and we were actually talking about when we interviewed you a couple of years ago when we first started doing the live streaming when we were at one of the away games. You were helping out with the football team, and it was a great interview. And you were kind of young in the wrestling head coach position. 2 years, 3 years now? How many years have you been?
This is my fourth year.
Fourth year, okay. So I knew we were right there.
Yeah.
Tell us a little something about you, background. Where you come from? I mean, you wrestled in high school. Where does the passion for wrestling come from?
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I started wrestling when I was in third grade.
Wow.
My brother was one of those kids that they tried to recruit because he was a real little guy. He weighed 80, 90 pounds. So he was a soccer player. My dad was a college soccer player. So we were totally a soccer player family and new to wrestling. So I was the youngest of 3 boys. So pretty much anything they did, my older brothers, I followed and started wrestling in 3rd grade.
Didn't have a choice.
Yeah, really. With 2 older brothers that are wrestlers, that's what we did. So from there, I wrestled in high school at Troy on the east side of the state.
Oh, big school.
Yep. And went from there to wrestle at Eastern Michigan.
And
then transferred to a Division II school in Pennsylvania called Shippensburg.
Oh, yeah.
Wrestled the rest of my career at Shippensburg
State University.
Yep.
Yeah.
I got to give Steve credit where credit is due. He's been helping us understand from the, we know enough to be dangerous in the fact that, there's 1 point for this and 2 points for that. But we didn't know exactly what they were scored. And watching, as he explained, he really was a good education for us up here. So I think once, you're down there and your guys are starting to wrestle and Steve's up here, we're going to have a really good coverage.
Oh, good. I'm excited.
And I tell you what, it all comes together now why you wanted this match to be the one that we covered with the youth wrestling and the cheerleaders going to be here and all that stuff.
Yeah.
This is cool. We're going to have the mat all shine down and all the other. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
The ambiance is really going to be there for
and
everything.
It's part of building that program.
Yeah.
To really, the kids first and foremost get excited about this type of night because they get to have the spotlight on and they get to really be recognized. That's how we do the one mat. The rest of our season, there's 2 mats going on and 2 different duels going on, so it's not as central. They're not the focus.
The attention is
and then
right there,
to have the cheerleaders and have the football players and all that stuff is just to give them that special moment because wrestling is not necessarily the best spectator sport. People don't necessarily understand.
Well, it's not a glamour sport either.
Not glamour.
It doesn't get a lot of publicity.
Gritty, tough.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just downright gritty. And
so they were the only sport where you get blood time. So that kind of says it all. When you know that they have to stop the event because you're bleeding too much. Then
Coach, what brought you to Muskegon?
My family settled down in Spring Lake. We actually vacationed on the west side of the state for a
the youth specifically and how that's doing, because we all know, especially when you get up to the varsity level of any sport, it's the JV and the freshmen and then youth programs that really kind of build that. How much interest is there around here in the youth program? Is there a lot?
So we have tripled our numbers this year.
Wow, that's
great.
Program.
So we're at about 35, 40 young kids. So this is from kindergarten to 5th grade. So that is exciting.
It is very exciting.
That's where you have to build it. The culture at Mona Shores 20 years ago was a wrestling school.
It was.
The Don Mosley era.
Yep.
This was a wrestling juggernaut on the west side of the state. It was Mona Shores and Granville kind of ran the show.
Yep.
And so to build that culture back up, it's funny, we're actually starting to get the children of the 90s and 2000s wrestlers.
Yes, you are.
So that's really exciting. Our middle school program is killing it as well, where Taylor McPhail, a Mona Shores alumni who is all-state here, is running that middle school program. He's got about 30, 35 kids.
Oh, that's great.
Those are the things that we have to do to fill up a full lineup.
Right.
Well, not only that, but you got to get those kids at middle school who are at middle school to come over and transfer over to wrestling as well. Don't just come for the physical aspect of the education, but also continue to to get better and enhance your program.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and obviously this match with the lights and getting the youth in and everything else, that's one way you mentioned drawing in some of these people a little bit more interest. Whose idea was it?
That was my idea.
Was it? Fantastic.
That's a great idea.
I was an assistant coach at Grand Haven for 7 years before I came here to Mona Shores, and they always do the spotlight matches. In the OK Red, they have almost exclusively dual meets, which is just one team versus the other, because they have big full teams.
And
it works out that way.
And they do spotlight matches for those, don't they? Yeah, see, that's cool.
I figured out these spotlights once I was watching a basketball game, and they did the introductions.
Yeah.
Like, oh, perfect, we're done.
Oh my God, yes.
Your mind was going a mile a minute trying to plan.
It's not only good for us that it's watching and broadcasting, but how cool is it for the kid out there knowing that they're there, the spotlight's on there, and God, everybody gets to watch just them.
And that's what I love about this sport is there's no excuses because it's you and another guy on the mat. You can't blame your goalkeeper. You can't blame your quarterback. It's you. So what you do in that wrestling room up there is exposed. If you're working hard, if you're giving your all, if you're working on your technique and physicality, then it'll show. And that's my favorite part of this sport.
All right, I got to go personal here with you, all right? You ready for this one now?
I'm ready.
You have a young man on your team that should have been playing football with me. We chatted about Jake Mole.
Okay.
How is my boy doing?
He is doing excellent.
You better be doing excellent, giving up football because he told Coach, I want it, but I got to concentrate.
He's that kid that you just wish you had a million of.
Yeah, he's a good kid. I missed him in football.
He's a great kid.
Senior? He's a senior.
No, he's a sophomore.
He's a sophomore.
Yeah.
And he started for us as a ninth grader on my O&D line. And that's where we're hurting at the lower levels. We hurt for linemen. Everybody wants to be a skill. Boy, when he didn't come out and he was going to be a starter, Joe, it was huge. I had to feel, 2 for 1.
Is there any thought of him coming back?
I will tell you what. I encouraged him to.
Oh, I know you did. I know you did.
Now you have to do me a favor.
I know what I did.
Knew this was coming. As soon as you opened that door.
You might have lost a Jake Mole, but where are my 10 JV
No,
football
I
players
tried.
that we
I gave you.
That goes back to the youth program. We have to build it as a culture. Right now, we've had some fabulous football players. Josh Hill.
Well, we talked about him. Cold Stout.
Some great football players that I know for a fact this sport makes you better on the football field.
And that's what we were talking about from a football standpoint. With Steve Swanker being the freshman football coach. Mm-hmm. And I asked him, I said, how much do you see improvements on football players that are wrestlers? And he says, we don't have a whole, as one. One football player that's a wrestler now on the JV side. He says, but obviously, you talk about your core strength, you talk about, low man wins and advantages and stuff like that. Those are all things that are just absolutely built into everything that you do here.
Absolutely.
On
Balance,
the mat. So
hand fighting, aggressiveness. But what I go back to that one-on-one accountability part. And if I can get out there on the mat in front of my friends and family, my home stand, and just go after it, then if I'm on the line particularly, but all positions, then I'm going to be able to do that on a football field just as much, if not better. Right. And my mind keeps going back to Josh Hill and then Tristan Robbins.
That was exactly who we brought up, was Josh Hill and Tristan Robbins.
So with that said, Nendo, because and Coach Wayne brought them, football has become pretty much year-round as wrestling is, but there's powerlifting. Can the kids wrestle and do powerlifting or lift and still wrestle?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
And that's what we have to sell to the kids is, look, you can be that power lifter. You can go power in competition, but you can still wrestle at the same time. God, what a win-win.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's what we got to change the mindset of the kids is you can be successful in both and be a high-profile athlete, and it's going to carry over to football big time.
Is there anything that draws away from wrestling that you see? People are choosing something over wrestling. Maybe powerlifting to some degree, but
powerlifting particularly. I had a couple of kids that I really wanted to come on the team that are hockey players, so I'm never not giving up on them.
Right.
But what do I see that draws away from it? Honestly, I think it's the toughness, because we did have some freshman football players out, and they were great kids and they were nice kids, and I know they did really well on the football field, but it was just too difficult for them to get past that mental toughness part.
I'm watching this right here. Mm-hmm. Why wouldn't you want to be just a tough SOB, throw a kid around, beat the mess out of him, and it's legal?
Yep,
and have fun doing it.
Then watch this. We're watching this match. He's about to pin him.
Yeah, this kid is scrambling for his life just to save himself. And this kid is, I will not let you do it. I'm going to beat you down.
Which was impressive. I thought the Forest Hill Central guy had him dead to rights. But there's no better feeling, I think, in my opinion, to pinning a guy, imposing your will, and then getting your hand raised at the end.
I think that, it's like any other sport. It's not necessarily for everyone. I think everybody should try it. I tried wrestling back in middle school, and it wasn't my thing. I played football, I played baseball, I played basketball back then. Wrestling just wasn't my thing, and I don't know, because I was fairly mentally tough, obviously, with the football and that kind of stuff. My cousins were wrestlers, back in the day. So we had wrestling blood, I mean, that kind of stuff, but just it didn't end up being for me. So, but I see it as it's not a complicated sport. You know,
that's actually it might be.
Maybe I shouldn't simplify it. It doesn't seem like a complicated sport. It's more of a matter of will and heart and drive.
I have a funny
you
story
see it
about
that way.
this,
I see it. I think it's a really complicated sport because
you tell us which one's right.
Because
so,
you have to think.
Without a doubt, one of you is right. And that would be Coach Davros.
Only because.
And
no, wait a minute. Just hear me out, though, a minute, coming from a special. Because you're out there right now. You have to figure out what you're going to do in order to do this. Then you have to figure out, okay, if this doesn't work, I'm going to try this. But then your opponent's going to come after you. How are you going to defend yourself what he's going to do and combine what he's going to do versus what you want to do and all that. And that's tough, I think. I mean, your mind is thinking all the time and being physical.
I should clarify
and that's
what
I call it. Is the most physical chess match you'll ever see.
Yeah, agreed.
Yep.
So maybe let me qualify my statement. From a standpoint of, you look at football, you've got a ton of different plays you have to learn. You not only have the physical demands, if you're on the line, is your guy going to push, is your guy going to pull, you going right, left, what are you doing, all that kind of stuff. Plus you need to understand all of the different plays and everything else. It's one-on-one. It's the match is it's simple from the standpoint of you have one focus, and that's whatever the person's going to do in front of you. It really is a chess match, absolutely. So it's physical and it's mental, but from a learning standpoint, you don't have to learn 3 different positions on a football team. As that, you're just focusing on yourself, much like cross country, much like running. It's a you game. You have to beat yourself in order to beat anybody else.
Yeah, the cool thing is it is just as team oriented though as well, because in 2 different ways. One, they do keep a team score, and it is very much fun to compete and be victorious as a team. The other thing that makes it absolutely a team sport is I'm only as good as the guy I'm practicing with.
Very true.
Because I'll give you an example. At 130 and 135 is Gavin Stout and Anthony Allen. Gavin Stout is an unbelievably talented freshman. And Anthony started his freshman year and has grown into an unbelievably talented senior. Now those two you're going to see tonight are very, very good wrestlers that have gotten better because of each other. And they have different styles and different systems. Going back to the football thing, they practice against each other constantly.
Okay,
so they're making each other better because
of
their teammates.
Right, yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I don't know if I'm going to allow you up in the booth, because anytime you tell Davros that he's right over me, he just holds it over my head.
And that will carry the rest of this year. Don't you worry about that.
Few and far between.
That I'm right? Yeah, right. It is few and far. But one thing I'm going to
maybe I'm just buttering him up to get me more JV.
Well, you can tell him. You can tell him he's right.
Next year you're going to come to a couple, a couple times in September, a couple times, and we're going to encourage our kids.
Yeah,
because we have to get more football players out for wrestling. Because it's just going to. And tell them you can still do other things. That you can still power lift. You can do those other things.
Absolutely, and it just goes back to the idea. And this is my personal opinion, but I've seen it in Stephen Neal, who was an Olympic and NCAA champion, who went on to play in the NFL. Never played football, college down. Never played one college down in football. He was just a pure wrestler. There's been others, Ray Lewis, all these guys that would commit to the fact that being in a wrestling room is going to make you a better football player.
Oh, without question.
Being in the weight room.
Oh, my God.
It's just
God, yes.
Simply that.
I mean, you've got to be one tough, smart person.
And that's one of the things that I've seen constantly from the standpoint of core work and, getting, essential advantage, like physical advantage over an opponent. Mm-hmm. You mentioned a lot of times you see a lot of the linemen are the ones that are on the mats like this. But if you think about it from the standpoint of a running back or a wide receiver that's got to wrestle away from somebody that's trying to tackle him, all of those things. I'm telling you, it's just amazing to see and think about the translation from the mat onto the field.
Yeah,
so,
and I think I just have to go back to Tristan Robbins in the sense that he was a state qualifier in wrestling. he probably, as a quarterback, would be the last person you would think wrestling would benefit from. But if you watch Tristan Robbins on the football field, grit is probably
oh my God!
the first thing
wrestling
that comes to
enhanced
mind.
him a great deal on the
Absolutely.
football field.
'Cause he's not necessarily tackling, but he was a running quarterback, and he was gritty, and he fought through everything. And I would just about go and guarantee that he got a lot of that from wrestling. So I, gentlemen, am going to go grab my assistant coach and get our guys warmed up.
We appreciate the time that
you
you've
guys
given us up here. This is fantastic.
Thank you
My
so much,
pleasure.
my
No,
friend.
thank
God,
you
it's
for having
wonderful
me.
to have you.
Yep.
We're honored to do here.
Appreciate it very
All right,
much.
thank
Glad
you
we
guys.
could
Thank
be here
you for
tonight.
being
Yeah.
Thanks for being here.
Yep. Sailor Nation, that's Patrick LeMay, varsity wrestling coach.
Real quick, I
Yeah,
do want
yeah.
to talk about Be Nice Night. So
Oh,
if you
yes,
see
that's right.
See my shirt, Be Nice. What that's all about is it's a charity and a program that's very near and dear to my heart. Mona Shores is a Be Nice school, and it's all about promoting mental health awareness. And at this young age, I think particularly nowadays, there's been a absolute increase in mental health awareness issues with these young kids. And what I wanted to do tonight was expose that and basically tell these young men and their friends and their teachers and their family members that it is okay to be aware and to help people that are in need. There's such a stigma with young men particularly about not being weak or not being appropriate for their them as athletes, but I just think it's a very important idea and charity and organization that I'm really, really happy to represent tonight.
Well, and I can appreciate that very much. You know, we talk about first responders and the military and the PTSD that they have and the stigma associated with asking for help, and not only that, but being the people that actually provide the help and ask, hey, are you okay? You know, being that sounding board.
And I think
all
of us have mental health influence our lives in some way or another, whether it be ourselves, our friends, our family members. So being able to open up the conversation is, I think, the most important aspect.
Agreed,
100%.
Yep.
Well, an outstanding cause, the Be Nice Night with the youth wrestling coming in to this spotlight varsity wrestling opportunity here. Thanks,
my
Coach.
pleasure.
Appreciate you being able to come up here.
And thanks for being here.
Appreciate it very much.
Good luck, Coach.
Thank you.
Patrick LeMay, the varsity wrestling coach, joining us up here in the John Vandervelde of Nexus Realty broadcast booth.
God, that sounds nice to say that, doesn't it?
It does, yes.
John, thank you. Bill, thank you so much. Just to say that, it just rolls off the tongue, brother. I tell you what, now, Forest Hill Central is just putting a whooping on.
They are.
Putting a whooping on Lee. I mean, they are just, it's just a different class. I mean, you can just see. I mean, just the number of participants are up like 3-1.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but
well, I was right.
Yeah,
I just
you were, and you'll probably correct me if I'm wrong again.
Oh, I will. Don't worry about that because I was right.
Shelby is the one that Forest Hill Central has taken a beating to. Shelby typically has been good
in wrestling. You're right,
team.
David.
Yeah, so
you just don't have the manpower to compete. It's like 3-1 out there. But you're right. In years past, like he said, back in the day, they were really good. Hesperia's always good.
Right.
You know, they're the perennial power, along the coast here. When I was doing the first wrestling match here a couple weeks ago, I saw this medical stuff sitting on the scores here because I was doing the announcing for him because Dan was tied up. They go, what is all this stuff doing here? I said, well, if they get a bloody nose, they come over to the table, they fix them up right there.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that.
And the bloody noses happen frequently.
Yeah.
Getting slammed down into a match.
Dan Vandermine back. He had a little heart issue here. He's got a pacemaker.
He had a wire come loose.
A wire come loose. And because, Dan, how does this happen? Go, well, you raise your hand too far, you drop it down too quick, it's going to come off. And he didn't do it on purpose, just went to get something out of his freezer, he said. And but anyways, Dan is back in the saddle. Good to see him, and wish him nothing but all the happiness and health.
Another great supporter of Sailor Nation, Dan Vandermine has been, and it's always been a pleasure to work any event with him there as well. So Forest Hill Central leads this current matchup over Shelby, 41-0. We're currently in period 2 of the 145-pound weight class. No points scored yet on round 2, rather.
How far did Steve Swanker say a guy has to be out of the island before he's too far out of the island?
It said it depends.
Right.
You know, depending on, I think, where the trajectory is going and how far they're moving, how quickly they're moving. We watched earlier while we were interviewing Patrick LeMay, we had some people, a couple of wrestlers come actually all the way off the mat. It looked like it was pretty dangerous.
See,
came down hard on his knee. So
we saw one guy who just escaped, literally ran off the mat here, or ran, out of the circle, just so he wouldn't get pinned and everything, and it saved himself.
it's again out of the circle. We're going to reset. And almost a takedown.
You've got to be one tough stud to wrestle. I'm sorry. God bless these kids for doing what they do, because this is just intriguing.
I think you were the one that kind of quantified it pretty well. You know, who wouldn't want to go and beat the snot out of somebody else and do it, and it's all completely legal.
It's all legal. I mean, it's, providing, you follow the rules, you do anything, but you could beat the mess out of somebody.
Okay.
If you're really good at it, yeah.
And that looks like there's going to be a penalty point against, or a warning against, I don't know if it was from Shelby or if it was against
stalling?
Forest Hills for stalling. No points awarded yet.
Yeah. We're down to 4 seconds remaining in this period right here. Okay, so this period is coming.
Round 2 is complete. Still 1 point. They did give him 1 point.
Okay. It's a Colts match, though, really. 1-0.
So I'm guessing that the stalling point was awarded to Shelby against Forest Hill Central.
Special day tomorrow coming, maybe for some of our their football players. It's National Signing Day.
There's a lot of sports that I think are going to be represented during signing. I know there's some competitive cheer. I believe that there may be some golf, some soccer. We'll have to wait and see. I know that the athletics department will keep a running tab on their Facebook page. So if you're not a member of the Mona Shores Athletics Facebook page, you should be, because you'll be able to catch all of that information on National Signing Day right there.
And if you're not a member of Sailor Nation Sports, network, tell your friends. And if you are, we know that you're watching. Let some of the people know out there that, we're here. I hope you enjoy what Joe and I are able to do, along with Kim and Connor and Johnny,
Noah.
and Johnny, Noah, Connor. Just the whole family. We want to let us know how we're doing. Tell some of your friends, family, neighbors, what we're going to be about, and the broadcasts are going to go, because Mr. Kanukin will be putting up our spring schedule coming up within a month or so.
Figure out which ones we're going to be covering, when we're going to be where, and got some fun stuff coming up with the new facilities here to the east of us with the soccer and softball.
Yeah.
So 30 seconds left in round 3. It's 2-2.
This is a good match.
Steve indicated they will go into overtime in order to break this. So
somebody's got 20 seconds remaining in this third and final period. These kids have got to be tired after 3. You look at what has been going on here, Joe.
Yeah,
you got to be tired.
And there have only been a handful of matches that have made it 3 rounds. Somebody is usually pinned before then. I think they're going to put it all out there. Looking for the cradle here. It's very close, but
5,
Shelby was able
4,
to break that.
3.
However,
2,
Forest Hills.
1, and that's going to be it. And
Forest Hills got the takedown on that very last
got
move.
2 points at the end there to secure the win. Sandy Hervo just walking by. She's executive secretary to athletic director Todd Conrad, and she does a great. Sandy's a first-class
keeping everything organized. I'll tell you what.
Keeps everything organized and the wheels rolling in the Department of Athletics. And you know, when my mother was the most important people in the school, secretaries and custodians, and Sandy falls right into that realm of ever so important.
A lot of work putting everything together, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
So I'd like to thank everybody and welcome to the varsity wrestling here at the Mona Shores Sailor Center. Currently waiting on our sailors to wrestle, but we are catching the match currently between the Forest Hills Central team and Shelby.
152 weight class here. I'm going to go here. You know what I'm going to look up? I want to see all the different weight classes. Do you know?
Great idea. I do not know.
I do not know. In
Forest Hills Central with a commanding team lead of 44-0. As they continue to move through each weight class. Like Nick said, we're at the 152 weight class currently on the mat. Still no points awarded in this first period. First round. 2 points now to Forest Hills.
High school wrestling weight classes. That's what I'm going to do.
Forest Hills in control. Shelby looking for an escape on this one.
So how long did you wrestle for? You said you
just a couple of weeks. That was it. Nothing.
That was enough for you, wasn't it?
It was not a sport for me.
Yeah.
And that'll be 1 point for an escape going to Shelby, 2-1. Look at me talking like I know what I'm talking about now.
Yeah, look at you.
You know, in hindsight, we had planned on covering the varsity meet tonight, and we got talked into doing the JV. It's probably a good thing because they started about a half an hour early. I don't know if we would have been set up and ready to go. Shelby gets 2 more points to round out the first round, 5-2. They currently lead on that. Second round, it looks like Shelby is going to start down.
Scores 5-2.
In 2-minute periods, 2-minute rounds, 3 rounds each match, unless there's a pin. If you start down in round 2, you will start up in round 3. 1 point for an escape going to Shelby. 6-2 now in favor of Shelby. They might get on the board this game, or this match rather.
Well, they're shut out right now. All right. So there are 1, 2, 3. There are 14 weight classes. Okay?
14.
And they start at 106 and peak at 285.
That's a lot of rolling around out there on the mat at 285.
And we have 6 more weight classes remaining in this set of regular match.
2 points. Towards Forest Hills. 6-4 currently.
Was Mosley the wrestling coach here at Shores when you...
7-6. That must have gone to Forest Hills.
You're a Shores
Mosley was still here, yes.
He's a legend. He's a legend here.
Yep.
You go look in the wrestling room here now, and maybe Kim later on will get a shot above the track there. But the wrestling room is located just off the track right here.
Yep, it is just adjacent to the
east.
And
that's really a first-class looking wrestling room right there.
This match is all tied up. 25 seconds left in the second round.
He's got individual little areas where too. And then he's got a big mat, a big circle area like we have on the floor here, where you can get most of your wrestlers pairing up. I think I'm going to walk over them, and I want to see how many so I can get some accurate numbers. But it's a nice facility. It's a great facility here at the 8th Wonder of the World.
Yeah, when they put it together, I think it was in hopes to rejuvenate and restore what used to be a just super wrestling program here at Mona Shores. Patrick LeMay had mentioned, the history. Wrestling that was Mona Shores, and he's doing a great job. I'll tell you what, this kind of a match with a spotlight match and everything else, I think it's fantastic. He's tripled the youth wrestlers from last year. Yeah. So that's a good sign.
Not only is it exciting for the Shores kids, but how'd you like to be a guy wrestling against Shores and the spotlight's on you? Let's flip it around the other way. That's pretty cool.
Correction on the score, they took 3 points away. I didn't see if it was a penalty or not. I think it might be a correction. 7-4 in favor of Shelby in this current match. We're on round 3 now. 2 minutes left.
The schools guys, if you look at football, I think Shelby's like a Division 6 or 7 school. Well, Forest Hill Central is Division 2.
Right.
I mean, they're probably 3-4 times as big.
And it may be very much like hockey. We learned over the weekend that the divisions are set up way different than what we are familiar with.
Oh, yeah.
With the football setup and everything.
Oh, yeah, I would think so.
Still 7-4, minute 33 left. Third round of this match. 152 weight class. Match is currently being held by Shelby. However, the overall team score 44-0. Forest Hill Central.
It's a running clock in football here, baby. Running clock in football. Was Shores good in wrestling when you were here? Pretty good with most.
They were still fairly good.
So
relevant. We were going back 25 years, so that was
when they were still. Ago, buddy, just a few years.
You and I had the conversation about the gymnastics as well, and that was back in the just even a few years previous to that. Gymnastics in its heyday during that time as well. So
you had the premier program.
Gymnastics and wrestling were big. Football was not.
No.
Baseball was still good. Hockey
was
good. Tennis was good. Golf was good. So we did not have much as far as football went.
It's funny. We always called Shores, the cake eaters in those days obviously have changed now. But you were always good in individual/team sports. Tennis, individual, yet it's a team. Track, individual. Wrestling, things like that.
Yep. You and I talked a little bit about Connor was mentioning how he'd like to see a cross-country course here. And I said back in the day there used to be. Otto Borgeson was the one that
I remember him, right.
ran the cross-country team. And I know that they had a course here they ran. I had several friends that I played football with that actually did cross-country as well. So
this match has a lot of action right here. I mean, the different
10 seconds left in the third and final.
Being torqued.
Looks like unless there's some quick scoring here, Shelby's going to get on the – we've tied it up.
Tied it up.
We're going into overtime.
3 seconds left. The participants have tied it up. Just what do you think is going to come down? One move. Swanker said it here. Steve Swanker. Takes one quick move to get a point or two.
So we're going to take a look. It's a 1 minute overtime. 7-7.
This is our first overtime.
Yeah, it is. Yep. Both opponents looking for head control.
Now, I wonder if Steve Swanker realizes that when we got here at 4 o'clock, when we got here at 4 o'clock, I didn't have time for dinner. Did you have time for dinner?
No. As a matter of fact, I was kind of banking on him providing it.
You read my mind. See, this is where great minds think alike, you and I right here. So I'm going to text Steve, what would you like? I'm thinking, Subway would be kind of nice. I'm not fussy.
For us covering the JV for him. And
7-7 still.
Still looking for control. Yeah, still looking for control. 10 seconds left. Nobody's got it. Still tied up.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're going to go to second overtime then. Okay, we're breaking all barriers here, Sailor Nation Sports.
Do they go to a second overtime?
Well, he said
yes, they are.
did.
Okay, so second overtime is like the second
30
round.
30 seconds now. It's 30 seconds. The first one was a minute. He said the second one would be 30 seconds.
This is an exciting match.
Well, which is kind of too cool boy, now you're forced to make a really quick decision. You only got 30 seconds,
You got to pour it all out there.
Right, exactly. So your first move better be really quick. And I don't want to brag about me being right on that, but this is an indication of me being right here. All right, so there now. Any points here? God, he just flipped that kid around. Any points?
Still no definitive control. No points.
Down to 15 seconds remaining in this round. So
I would move. Just me. I'd find some type of move fast.
Oh, I would too. Like a sit, spin, dude. They're probably so tired though too. I mean, look.
Still no definitive.
Oh, there. Oh, 1 point. Did he give a point? His fingers up. Is he giving him 1 point?
No.
Yeah, he gave him a point.
He did. But it looks as though maybe if we get into that second round, you have to give both opponents a team.
Well, it's another 30 seconds now, yeah.
Forest Hill Central leading this match.
Hey, where's Swanker when we
8-7.
need him now?
That looks like takedown. Oh, close.
15 seconds in this fourth overtime. Oh, he's looking at the clock.
Third overtime.
Yeah, right. He's looking at the clock. See, he's just trying to buy time right here. And there it is. So this must be the end now?
It looks by the crowd reaction and the relief that it's over.
Yeah, I know it. Wow, that was pretty slick. Yep, this one is done. Forest Hill Central, though, I'll tell you, that was exciting.
Yes.
That was really exciting.
Wow. 152 weight class. There is something to be said there. I'm telling you what. As the varsity Sailors are getting ready to head out, we wish them good luck, guys.
Go get him, Gravy.
Everybody out at Sailor Nation Sports Network watching you guys live tonight.
I got 4 football players. I gave him 4.
Yeah, that's more than what Swanker gave him.
Yeah, he didn't give any. Well, all right.
Moving on to the 160 weight class.
Yep. Now then, the format, how I'm understanding it here, and I could be wrong. I've been known to be wrong before.
You have?
I have. Oh, yeah, more than I want to count. So is it like a double duel then? So these two teams are going against each other, and then Shores will go against Lee? Is that what we're looking at? And then they're done?
Guessing that must be what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Well, okay, where's Steve Swanker when we need him? Didn't we ask Steve Swanker to be here with us?
We did.
He disappeared.
And I don't even know where he is.
He's disappeared.
Must have been he's down there talking to somebody. So
doing what Steve does best.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I'm going to send him a courtesy text, if I may. Okay.
Did we miss him? Is that
well, it's not going to be that
something along those lines?
Yeah, it'll be somewhere.
We've got a Forest Hill Central pin in this match, a 160 weight class. Moving on to the 171 weight class.
I wonder how the breakdown is. 7, 7, 6. See, from 106 to 113, 7 pounds, then 7 pounds, then 6, 6, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, 15, 65. I wonder how they determined the weight like that, you know, how they broke it down into increments like that. That's pretty cool.
Must be some formula.
106 and 113, and there's 7 pounds. 113 and 120, there's 7. Then it jumps to 6. That's interesting.
Current match, period, round 1 rather. 2 points to Forest Hills.
Yeah, overall
0. I'm sorry,
53
1.
to nothing.
1 point now to Shelby. Looking for a possible pin here from Forest Hills Central, and they gave it to him. By that 151 weight class, that was the most exciting match we've had so far. Going into overtime. Those that are joining us, thanks for joining us here at the Sailor Center Varsity Wrestling. It is the spotlight night out here for Sailors Varsity Wrestling. Once the Forest Hills Central and Shelby are completed in their matches, we're moving up to the 189 weight class now. Once they're completed, we'll be headed on to the Mona Shores versus Wyoming Lee. Is that correct?
Yes, Wyoming Lee out of Grand Rapids.
Both trying to gain head control. Two points for Shelby. Takedown.
Any of your buddies wrestle when you went to school with?
I had a couple of people that wrestled. A couple of friends.
Did you? Was Mosey a teacher here at Shores End as well, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
What did he teach?
I don't remember. I never had him for a teacher.
Okay, his son teaches here. 2 of my daughters had him.
That is correct.
Back in the day, it used to be home ec classes. I don't know. I think it's life skills or something like that now.
2-1. Shelby currently leading in this match. Shelby looking for the cradle. 2 points awarded to Shelby for the takedown. And we have the cradle. He's trying to get it flipped over. Looks from our vantage point that he's got it possibly.
You look at all the energy that you're exhausting just trying to prevent from being pinned. Let alone just scoring points. You're not scoring anything. You're using a boatload of energy.
Shelby's got the cradle locked in, getting him rolled over, and this is definitely going to be it.
Okay, here comes a pin. He's got 3 seconds. Slap that hand. No, he didn't slap it.
Another 3 points awarded.
I had a buddy of mine at Muskegon that was a really good wrestler, Jeff Lowry, we enjoyed back in the day. Now, you say how old you are back in the day. This is really back in the day, brother. On the old stage at Muskegon High School. These are some big boys here. What's the weight class, 189?
189. 7-1, Shelby currently leading. Round 2. However, Forest Hills Central team points, commanding lead, 59-0. Shelby looking to get on the board.
Weight class is, now wait a minute. See, here it doesn't say 189, it says 182, then 190. Okay, so I'm going to go change it to, let me add Michigan. All right, now Michigan changes a little bit. 189, 215 will be next, and then 285 is after that. Wow. 441.
Our technical color analyst, Steve Swanker, joining us back here in the John Vandervelde of Nexus Realty broadcast booth. Welcome back, Steve.
Thank you. Had to get Coach LeMay in there to get his perks. And
yeah, it was great.
Great.
Yeah, it was a fantastic interview. Still 7-1 here. Shelby leading round 2 of this match. Looking for head control.
Listen to Joe Kanukin.
I've been calling it like an expert for about
he's like
15
a champ
seconds.
that he is.
You have to critique me on my
I've been listening to you. You're
understanding.
doing great.
How nice is the new wrestling room that we have? I was trying to describe it. It's got a lot of the individual ones, the little circles, and it's got a big one.
Yeah.
Is that a nice facility for a school like this?
It is
Take
a very
down
nice
near fall points being
very
awarded
nice
right now to Shelby.
Is it? Okay.
There's a
Now, Steve.
reversal. Yeah.
We were talking at the conclusion of this match right here after all the weight classes. Be a timeout, and then it'll be Shores versus Wyoming Lee. Is that?
I don't even know if Wyoming Lee's still here.
Oh.
But I think we'll start off with Forest Hills.
Oh. See, I thought it was going to get like a double duel. Oh, maybe they're not because I don't see him here.
No, I don't know.
Shelby takes that control
maybe
near
they just
fall
came
points
for your
coming
JV?
in.
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay.
And there's the pin.
Oh, a pin.
Yep. So Shelby gets on the board with a pin in this 189 weight class.
Next weight class will be 215 pounds, my friend. Some big boys coming out now. The big boys here now.
Again, I'm here with Joe Kanukin and the Hall of Famer, Nick Davros.
Yeah, it is all mine, baby. That mine just, yeah, you betcha. Hey, we were talking about dinner. Seeing how we missed it in order to to give the coverage so well deserved of the freshmen and JV kids here that we had. Rumor has it, again, these are just rumors. They're not substantiated rumors, but I got to believe they're fairly true that we're going out somewhere after we're done. Is this true?
I like ribeye.
You like ribeye?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
great. I think we can get you some pizza, some a little bit on the cold. And
I was thinking, Hearthstone would be a nice place to go to as well.
I bet it would be.
Great
Now,
soup.
see, great soup right there would be
Great
really,
soup.
yeah. I could go with just a nice soup tonight, maybe some hors d'oeuvres and call it good. We'll see what Sailor Nation Sports thinks, what they think.
We don't want to fleece you.
Yeah.
No.
No points
0-0?
awarded yet. Still 0-0.
No, yeah. So we were talking how we got to get more football players out. We're going to try to help Coach LeMay and you guys out next year even more. We got to get. We got to just let them know that you can still power lift, you can do whatever you want, and you can still wrestle.
Absolutely.
And why wouldn't you? And I was been look. You beat the mess out of somebody, and it's all legal as long as you do it. It's all legal.
Absolutely.
So take out every frustration that you got. And win a match and become a multi-sport athlete and continue to power lift. Because wrestling enhances football so much in so many different ways, I think. Yeah. It really does, Steve. I mean, God, why these kids don't want to wrestle?
What I tell these young guys is that you're at Mona Shores High School. It's a D2 school for football, but it's a D1 school for wrestling.
It is.
And it's not very often that you get a varsity letter as a freshman.
No.
You have a chance. Not many kids end up being a 4-year starter on the wrestling team. It's very unheard of.
Doing some blood cleanup here. Now, obviously, we look at it, the blood cleanup is usually a nose, busted open lip, or something like that.
Nose is the big.
Is nose a biggie?
Yeah.
You know who's got a tough job? I look at Mikey Schuster.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, my God. Every sporting event, ungodly hours. God bless his wife and children.
Is Mike Schuster, is he on staff for the school, or does he work specifically for Mercy Health, and then he comes out here as part of his
He works for Mercy Health.
He works for Mercy Health, right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined in the booth by Connor Fritz. Connor was able to make it. We are
wearing some Hope College swag, too. Look at
very
you,
nice.
buddy.
That's you, man. You take it there, guys. I'm going to talk to Connor real quick.
Absolutely. We'll do our best, Joe, to hold down the fort. You're a legend in the broadcasting business.
Do we have somebody at this weight class right here, the 215?
Boy, I don't know what Coach LeMay is going to do. If he's going to jockey guys around to fill up the lineup more. Maybe have a couple guys move up a weight class.
Okay, right.
I don't know.
You can move up a weight class as long as you're underweight. You know,
well, if you move up, you're already under.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
This is 215. There is a couple options you could go with. But there's no option for heavyweight. We don't have a heavyweight.
We do not have a heavyweight.
No.
Okay. All right, I am back. Hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, these guys didn't crash the Cadillac while I was gone.
Oh, no, God, no.
Connor has joined us. He is going to be giving us a couple different angles now as far as you see Connor. There he is right there. Wave, Connor. He doesn't know that he's on the air live right now.
Hey.
Yep.
Credit for work?
Yes, he is. He's putting no, it's that cord in there. I got to take a look at that headset when we get a chance. But him and Johnny both are able to take the amount of time that they spend with us and put it towards volunteer
work
for their National Honor Society.
Oh, that's a great
and that kind of stuff. So it's a fantastic way for they're having fun. I love having those guys here. It's a lot of fun having them. Connor's going to be able to move around now that we have him here, and he's going to be able to get some different angles of each one of these matches.
These are big boys right here, Joe.
Yep, we're in the 285 weight class.
These are the grown men.
Yeah, it is, boy. Yeah, boy. And they can move. What do you like about wrestling, Steve? What drew you to this, and Robbie?
I'm not sure. I think Robbie
drew you into it.
Yeah, for sure. A good friend of ours that they played little guy football with. Hey, try wrestling, and he did it and had some, success at a young age. And you get to middle school and then boom, you're in high school. And, it's hard to walk away.
No, right.
The hours and hours that he spent in the gym. We have spent in the gym. And the miles that we've traveled.
You lost some miles. You guys are everywhere, aren't you?
Yeah.
Kind of like hockey.
No, nothing like hockey. But what's nice about wrestling, you buy a pair of shoes.
Yeah. Right.
Relatively inexpensive sport.
Yeah, it really is.
Well, let me tell you, we covered hockey this week, and we were in Chelsea at the Chelsea Showcase.
But did we get an education?
Oh, my God. Paul Tiefenthal was absolutely an encyclopedia
of not only the sport, but of everything behind the scenes.
Everything behind the scenes. Forget the sport. Everything that man does for wrestling, God bless him, and I mean for hockey, God bless him. Mona Shores Hockey's in great shape with that man as your lead advocate, because all the behind the scenes. 40 seconds remaining in this first period. 0-0 here. It's almost like watching sumo wrestling right here. Guys don't fall down much.
You see, we mentioned it earlier in the lower weight classes, like the 112. Very scrappy. Quick.
Oh, yeah.
This is like two semi-trucks trying to wrestle.
Trying to get the right angle, get the right...
Because I imagine once you're down, it's tough getting back up at this weight class.
I would think, too, that once you get a takedown,
I think these guys are both just getting started, though. I think you're going to see a lot more.
You think you're going to see more action coming up?
I do.
Okay, so what does a coach now say? There's very little coaching that can go on in between periods right now. So what's a coach saying? What are you saying to your guy? Hey, you gotta give me an example.
If you're on bottom, you want to explode off the whistle. You want to explode off the whistle, which he did not explode off the whistle. And he almost got him. And if you're on top, you're going to try to keep him down, number one, and maybe roll him on his back.
Okay, so we got 1 point right here.
Yep.
So now we're going to see him like dancing here for a while until somebody makes a mistake and the other guy capitalizes on that mistake, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Is there any type of quick pullback and trying to use their forward momentum?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, here we go. Now we got some action, kids. Now we're just going to lay on them.
Let's take a look at that instant
What's
replay.
The whistle for?
Let's watch it one more time here. So this is
headgear.
Well, that's what I thought. I thought he grabbed his headgear.
Currently 5-1, Shelby up on this. Now, these breaks that we have, I can see these occasionally as we're going through. What are these? Are they timeouts? Is there certain?
Well, the Shelby coach wanted to clarify the call with the referee.
Okay.
We were watching the Penn State Iowa Friday night at the house, and boy, those heavyweights are athletic.
I was just going to say, you get up into these heavier weight classes, if you got somebody that can put a little speed on their movements and stuff, boy, that's got to be a frightening thing for an opponent.
Number 1 and number 2 in the country, and I think both heavyweights were true freshmen.
Wow.
So
really?
Last year at this time, they were at a high school. They were wrestling high school, and that's a pin for Shelby.
All right, so we've come to the end of this dual meet right here.
Yep.
So there'll be a short little break.
It's going to be short.
Yeah. Well, I better get on that phone call to some local restaurant here then. My stomach's just growling. I'm weak. Get a little disoriented right here, but I'll pull through. Don't worry. I'm gonna take one for the swinker.
Because I am concerned. Whether or not it looks like it, I am concerned.
Well, at age 63, I am a senior citizen. I don't see a lot of love for us seniors.
Why don't we take a quick break, and we'll be right back into the action.
All right.
Sailor Nation Sports Network fans, now's your opportunity to become a sponsor. If you would like to get your name listed as an alumni or as a business and support this great thing we have going, please contact us on the Sailor Nation Sports Network group page. We'd be happy to list you and your business, or just you as an alumni, in support of these great opportunities for our young athletes. Don't forget that your sponsorship will also be rebroadcast anytime one of our programs goes on the Muskegon Channel 96 Government Access Channel. That's where it will be seen in its entirety every time we show you in our Sailor Nation Sports broadcast. Contact us today to get that sponsorship going. The Sailor Nation Sports Network would like to announce the first ever Pinnacle of Pride sponsor, the Sailor Classic. The Sailor Classic is a golf outing fundraiser created in 1990 and focuses on ways to enhance both the student athletes and the true fans' ability to experience all that Mona Shores has to offer. The Sailor Classic has provided a multitude of areas of financial support for athletics throughout the Mona Shores school system. In 2001, a foundation was created under the Sailor Classic to fund scholarships for qualifying student athletes. That fund has since grown to over $150,000 and has helped several student-athletes begin their college endeavors. The Sailor Classic is held every summer. For anyone interested in either becoming a sponsor in the Classic or simply participating, please see the Sailor Classic Facebook page for the most up-to-date information. Thank you, Sailor Classic, for your generosity and support of our Sailor Nation Sports Network as the very first Pinnacle of Pride sponsor. Thank you for tuning in to tonight's contest. For all Mona Shores athletic information, you can go to monashoresathletics.com or find the Mona Shores Athletics page on Facebook. Sailor Nation Sports Network is proud to present our newest Pinnacle of Sailor Pride member, John Huizenga. John is a proud graduate of Mona Shores class of 1993. He was an active member of several sports while in high school. John now has his own children, either graduated from or attending Mona Shores. John owns and operates 4 self-storage units within Kent County and Muskegon County, boasting the easiest storage process ever, as well as 24-hour surveillance and gated entry. These self-storage options are surely perfect for your needs. Thank you, John Huizenga, for your Pinnacle of Sailor Pride support. Sailor Nation Sports Network is proud to present our newest Pinnacle.
And here we are, welcoming the Mona Shores varsity wrestling team here into the Sailor Center on this spotlight night. Those of you joining us out there on Sailor Nation Sports Network, we thank you for joining us. Again, it is youth wrestling and the Be Nice night here. The Be Nice program is something that's near and dear to Patrick LeMay, Coach LeMay's heart, and it's throughout the entire school where we have the Be Nice attitude, and it's basically brings awareness to mental health and those that might be struggling, not only being nice to them, but helping reach out to them, as well as to understand that it is okay to ask for help. And those that are asked should certainly be nice to those that need that. So, again, school-wide program, and something that Patrick LeMay has really taken a lot of interest in making sure that the young athletes of Mona Shores understand. And the entire school really has embraced the whole Be Nice concept. So, great opportunity here for the Spotlight Wrestling match here at the Sailor Center for us to highlight that, as well as the youth program in wrestling. Coach
Joe,
LeMay.
You got the youth club all out there lined up the mats, and they got to shake the hands of the varsity wrestlers, which is great. I know Coach Koziak does that at the football games,
right?
And I just think that builds a program for you.
We were talking about it earlier about how the youth program has tripled in size over the last year. And really, we like we talked, freshmen and JV, middle school, and the youth programs really are the feeders for the future.
Absolutely.
And being able to give them that recognition and that energy that we have here for Spotlight matches, that's really good stuff. I tell you what, it's fantastic.
There's no saying that you can't come out as a freshman, but you're going to be behind.
Yeah, you're developing those skills and the moves and the techniques and everything the earlier you get involved in that. So kudos to everybody that's involved, especially Coach LeMay, in bringing a lot of that attention and energy to the program. So, and you as well. I mean, not only as a parent of a wrestler, but a supporter of the wrestling program too, through LeMay and the JV team as well.
Absolutely, and a big shout out has to go to the assistant coach Zach Marsman. And boy, I tell you, he's a graduate of Grand Haven High School. He's just finished Grand Valley and waiting to find out where he's going to further his education in medical school.
Right.
So I mean, it starts at the top with this program where it's just two very good men helping kids. You know, the wins and losses are important, but like you said, Joe, it's to be nice.
Yep, and it is. It really is. Not only instilling, and this is something you're seeing through all of the athletics here at Mona Shores, instilling competitiveness and grit, like we talked about in football, but also being kind and being responsible and respectful within the community, and really supporting everything that you can. If you can, you should. You know,
right,
you should really help your fellow, humans. So. All good stuff. That is fantastic.
When you talk Mona Shores wrestling right now, I think you got to talk about numbers. The numbers are not where they want them to be, but pound for pound, Mona Shores holds their own.
Yeah.
We've lost a lot this year due to voids. If we don't have voids, we're a good wrestling team.
Right. And we mentioned the storied history of wrestling back in the days, 20, 25 years ago. Back when we went to school here, what year did you graduate?
I graduated in '86.
Okay, so you were even a little bit before me.
Yep.
And that's really when wrestling started to come into its own with Coach Mosley and everything else.
Yeah, in the late '70s and mid '70s up until '90s, and then the youth program kind of died off, and the feeder program goes away, and that's what happens.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, I'm back, boys. Are we on live?
We are, yeah.
We are live.
Listen, we've been carrying you like normal.
Yep.
Yes, yeah. Well, excuse me. I was
the Hall of Famer is back.
I am back.
He was shaking hands and kissing babies, and that's what he does.
Speaking about kissing babies, I'm going to have to kiss Coach Kozak a little right here. But rumor has it, and you can confirm this stuff, I may lose 5 of your prize kids to the varsity next year.
Oh, I think that last year freshman class
was loaded.
It is a loaded, and
could it be
amazing.
True though? Do
But
they need 5 of those kids?
I think they could. Yeah. Okay, we got the captains out in the middle of the mat right now. The spotlight mat. First captain is
Who do we got?
Jake Mole. He's a sophomore. He's a 2-year varsity wrestler. And then Gabe Jensen in the middle. He's a captain and a varsity wrestler. And you got Robbie Swanker, who's going on his 4th year as a varsity wrestler.
Robbie, this is Robbie's 4th year. Wow, how wonderful.
You know, I mean, we're going to talk about the phenom, Gavin Stout, who has got an extremely bright future here at Mona Shores Wrestling.
Now Gavin's in what grade?
Gavin is a freshman.
Wow, he's that good, Steve?
Yeah, Gavin is that good.
Wow. How exciting. This is really, I don't think I've ever seen spot. Do other schools do this? No.
Yeah,
yes.
I think so.
Yeah, Patrick LeMay was the one that came up with these. He said Grand Haven used to do this all the time.
Really?
So, yep.
Okay. Well, your school's got to have the lighting in order to do this, number one, and we do.
You can just tell there's a different atmosphere in here
tonight.
Oh,
yeah.
We've got the middle school wrestling team here along with the youth club.
Okay. Now, are the middle schools going to do some exhibition stuff?
I don't think so. No.
Oh, okay. They're just here to support and to be part of this in order to say, hey, look at what we do at the high school here. We can't wait to have you here.
We're starting off with Mona Shores with a void. That's numbers issue that we've been talking about.
Now, how many points? Avoided 16 points.
Correct, yep.
That's huge.
Yeah, and we're going to give up like 3 more before we start wrestling.
Wow. Well, you know what, Joe? We saw this in swimming.
We did. With no divers, correct?
Yep. No divers. You lose 150 to 200 points.
Before you start.
Yeah, before you start, Steve. I mean, now look at us. We're down 12. We haven't even had a match yet.
Nope.
Now, will they go through the same thing? I mean, obviously, looking at their numbers comparatively, is there weight classes that we will benefit from as well? Or are we pretty well matched up?
I think we're pretty well matched up today.
Who are we going against right here?
Shelby.
Oh, okay. Yeah, their numbers, right. It'll be pretty much. Now, if we were going against Forest Hills, it'd be over with right away because they have twice as many. Correct.
All right, start off with the senior at 130, Anthony Allen. He is a 4-year varsity wrestler.
Oh, you lose some good kids. Your son, Anthony. The seniors you leave are quality kids. All right, so we are going to have some combatants out on the spotlight mat here right now.
We're finally doing it. We're finally getting after it. Dane Vandermine is doing the announcing tonight. It sure is a special night.
It is.
That's 2 for Anthony with a takedown. He's going to get some back points right away off the back.
That's near fall points, correct?
Yep. Going to get 2. Up to a quick 4-0 lead. Before we even sit down, Anthony Allen is up 4-0.
Are the points subjective? Like, can the referee miss points? I mean, is it really up to him as to whether it's a near fall or that kind of thing? I mean, is there something very definitive?
They're really good with it, though. They're not going to miss too many.
There isn't much arguing from coach to official in back.
No.
Is there like there is like in basketball or football?
No.
So for a back call.
Sometimes you'll see the coaches question a call, which is probably legit.
Oh, we're looking for a pin right here, baby. Slap that man, Mr. Official. Slap that bad
pin
boy.
For
He
Anthony
does.
Allen.
What a nice job. Boy, what a nice kid.
53 seconds in.
Let's look.
Camera views are nice, aren't they, Joe?
Yes, they are, and so is that instant replay.
Well, we want to thank Sailor Nation Sports, all of our contributors who have been so generous and with giving to this, because we certainly are just having the time of our lives, and we want to make it better each and every time we do a telecast. And we're going to be planning out the spring schedule soon.
We're moving up to 135. The freshman, Gavin Stout.
So this is the little phenom right here.
The phenom.
Boy, look at that little V he's got too. Now, does he do any other sport? Why? How come he didn't play
He's a soccer player.
Oh, that's why. That's right. I remember you telling me that. He's aggressive, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. Two-point takedown. Gonna put him right to his back. Oh, not quite. There it goes.
Near fall points coming in.
Now, the young man that's on his back, he's using just a ton of energy just to save himself, isn't
right.
he?
And it's done.
Yeah,
look at that.
Pin.
31 seconds.
Gotta love the instant replay.
Well, after giving up the 2 forfeited weight classes, we've tied up this match at 12 apiece right now.
Hey, Coach, here's one of your guys.
Who's this? Is this, it's not Ezra.
Nope.
It's got to be Gravy?
Gravy.
My boy Gravy.
Did a fantastic job singing the national anthem today.
He did, didn't he? Wasn't that nice?
He's a sophomore, 2-year varsity wrestler.
Good little football player, too. He really is.
He's wrestling
quiet.
at 140.
Is this a good weight class for him?
I think it's a little heavy for him right now.
Oh, okay.
I think he's a little light on it, but...
So what detriment does that have for somebody that's a little lighter than that weight class? Just
you're trying to pick up somebody,
Yep.
8 pounds heavier than you,
right.
and it's
you just don't have the mass at the other.
It's a big deal.
Yep. "30 seconds into this first period."
Both wrestlers kind of feeling each other out, make sure.
Okay, looking
with
for
a single leg.
Single leg takedown, baby. I got that. I know that one. That's about all I know.
Nope, he didn't get it.
No.
The
double leg takedown. If I can't do it with one, I'll do it with the other.
Hey, Joe, just like that, it's tied 12-12.
Yep.
You don't give up those 3 voids.
Yeah, we could be way up. All right, what's the mindset now with Gravy?
Well, he's got a lot of time. First of all, he should probably try to get him back into the center of the mat.
Right,
yeah,
yep.
Inside the lines. Oh, it's just so nice under the lights. This is really, these kids will remember this the rest of their lives.
Yep.
Now,
especially those seniors.
Is this the first year he's done the spotlight?
No, I think this is his 4th year doing it.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
No, this is very exciting. Well, tell Patrick we'd love to do this each year. To be nice and under the spotlight. That'd be cool. We got 13 seconds remaining in this first period. Sailors up 2-0. 140-pound weight class. It's going to be the end of that first period. Sailors up 2-0.
Shelby picks down. Joe, did you happen to see that right off the whistle?
Yep. Bang.
Yep.
Still 2-0. 20 seconds into this second period of action here.
They haven't given him any points for that. He's not really in control. Is that?
No, he started off on top. Is why he hasn't
okay.
got any
okay.
points.
Steve, how long are practices for wrestling? Usually a couple hours, hour and a half?
A couple hours, but as the season wears on, and he'll cut off 5 minutes a week if you're working hard during 5 minutes a day.
I got you. Okay.
And of course, I think they went a little bit lighter yesterday, just due to the fact that they're wrestling tonight.
It's kind of like our pregame practices and stuff. A little lighter.
Yeah, a little bit more intense, probably.
Are they? Okay. Is Patrick LeMay a teacher in the district?
Not yet. We're hoping to get him in.
Oh, really? Oh, that'd be great.
What does he teach?
He is a student teacher right now at Grand Haven High School.
That's right.
Special ed. We'll be finishing up this year.
Yep, that's right. I remember him talking about that. I'd forgotten. Yeah, he's doing his student teaching right now. Oh, that would be wonderful. There's Connor Fritz is relocating himself, the big Fritz and Rooney with the Connor cam. Still 2-0. We're 35 seconds away from the end of round number 2 here. The 140-pound weight class. It's the Spotlight match here at Mona Shores. The Be Nice program. Very passionate to Coach LeMay.
Time winding down.
Still 2-0.
Gravy chooses bottom.
What's a good escape move on the bottom of that? What do you see Gravy doing now, Steve? To maybe try to generate some quick points.
It's hard to say. It's what there you go. It's going to depend on what
he's comfortable with.
Yeah, what he's comfortable with, and what the guy's giving him.
Yeah, right.
That's what wrestling's all about. Is what is he going to give you?
Yep. And what can you take away from what he gives you?
Yep. Looks like he pops through it.
It looks like he's trying to counter that move for an escape right here. Come on, Gravy. Come on, buddy.
Still no points.
No points, out of bounds. Now, do they start in the same position as they did?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay.
Gravy will be down.
Gravy will be down, all right.
I know Coach LeMay would love for him to get an escape.
Well, that's what I was thinking right here.
A 3-point lead.
Yeah. This kid just won't let him.
Is there, I guess asking it is kind of silly, but in that position that he was in, can you quick flip and bring that momentum of him around? Is it difficult because he's locked in on the opposite side?
A good wrestler, especially at the varsity level.
Part of me, Joe, I was thinking, guy, you think you could like sit and spin and get out of it really quick and try to get a point or two out of it, but.
My favorite is to hear parents yell, "Get up."
Okay.
No kidding.
Still 2-0.
He better watch himself.
There. Come on now. There's two for us.
Short time left.
Oh,
all he's got to do is ride him out.
Okay, what's a whistle for, Steve?
Looks like blood.
3 seconds.
Blood time.
3 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Or did somebody call timeout? You can't call timeouts.
There's no timeouts.
No timeouts.
No, okay. Well, I don't see anybody doing anything. Oh, there's blood in his mouth.
Yeah, he's.
Okay, there goes Mikey Schuster there. So there's 3 seconds. So we're 3 seconds away from victory.
Yep.
There's the lovely Miss Swanker.
Jeez.
Mama Swanker down there?
Oh, yeah.
Get to let her know she's worldwide.
We're running out of time.
Robbie's still working at Fricano's?
He is working at
Oh,
Fricano's.
wonderful, wonderful.
They did only takeout for Super Bowl, and they did 900 pizzas in 5 hours.
Seriously? Did you mention Sailor Nation Sports was going to be here for a takeout, though? Probably not.
No.
Next year you'll want to. Next year you'll want to let them know.
Gravy
that
with the 4-2 victory.
That would be 3 team points, correct?
Yes.
All right.
And it does look like Coach LeMay is jockeying around his lineup a bit. Amari Thomas is going to wrestle varsity at 145.
Your thoughts on that then? Good move?
Absolutely a good move.
Why? Why is it a good move?
Well, you're filling more weights. You're filling, so
empty spots.
Amari will wrestle this weight, and the next guys will all move up. So we're filling more weight classes.
Is that a predetermined? Do you have to submit your, for a better word, starting lineup?
No, I don't think
your
so.
Weight classes.
I kind of was observing the coaches earlier, and you could tell that there was some jockeying going on.
Okay, all right.
You want to ask the normal 145 if he's comfortable moving up that much, because I know that he's going to be a very light 152.
Now, is this Thomas right now?
Yep. With a double leg takedown.
Is this his weight class?
Nope.
So it is? Okay.
No points. He never got it. We'll go back to the bread and butter. Gets his 2. No, he did not.
You got 1 for an escape. I like how they battle with their hands in order to get this leverage.
It's called hand fighting.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. I mean, I think Joe brought it up. I think Joe brought it up really well. It's when the quickness and the athleticism at the lower weight level.
Yeah, it's just very scrappy.
It's scrappy. It's fast. It's just.
And you're at 145. You get some pretty big boys in here now.
Oh yeah, and so this Thomas.
I don't think he weighs 145 pounds, but I think he's taking one for the team and doing very well at it.
No, and he's wrestling well. And how his mind is thinking. What am I going to do? How am I gonna... So we got two on the takedown. All right, now he's in a predicament.
Well, he's got him right where he wants him. Amari, he's a sophomore.
Steve, can you get a penalty for slamming the kid down too hard on the mat?
No, they'll stop it.
Oh, okay. Well, the kid from Shelby seems to have the leverage right now. He's up 3-2. There's 10 seconds remaining.
That's a great point late in the match.
Yeah, and that's going to be the end of the period in 3 seconds if he can hold on for 3, 2, 1. That's it. Okay.
Coach LeMay signals he wants Murray down.
So the coach makes the determination where he wants his young man, usually?
Usually, yeah.
Usually, okay.
Boy, Joe, that's just a lot of work for nothing, wasn't it?
It was.
It is, and the young man from Shelby seems to just have the upper hand a little bit now.
There's 2 for Amari.
Let me keep my mouth shut.
And he's got some near fall points coming, Joe.
Several.
Slap that hand, baby. Come on. Boom.
Oh, keep the neck. 1 escape, 3 back points. Boy, this crowd is electric.
I tell you,
Electric.
It is,
and there's
fascinating
really
watching.
And there's really a nice crowd here tonight for this. I'm so glad we were able to bring it to you.
Do the fans of the other teams, did they travel well? Or are these mostly ours?
But I think it's a little of everything.
Yeah. Well, there's good Shelby people here.
Absolutely.
There's Shelby people off to our left here.
Nothing beats wrestling parents.
Yeah.
Nothing.
8-6, Sailors up in this match.
38 seconds remaining in the second period.
I know Coach LeMay would love them to get one more right here.
You know, the lower body strength becomes a little bit more, I guess.
One for an escape.
5,
Late.
4, 3, 2, 1. There we go. Period 2. Sailors up 9-6.
I tell you what's very nice at what the Mona Shores coaches do is they're down there coaching, and then next to them there's one of the guys that have got some skin fungus are taking notes. And what they'll do is they'll say, hey, you got to move off bottom, whatever it is. And they review their notes once a week.
All right. Question for you. Do you guys film your meets to go back?
No, we're not yet. We're not.
Oh, okay. Because you guys could utilize Huddle. You guys could utilize Huddle.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it would be really cool.
This one's going to go down to the last one who's got the energy.
Yeah.
Come and check your connections on your transmitter and the back of your camera. Get a little intermittent.
This is what I love about Joe. Does the tech stuff for us right here. Yeah, Joe Tech, we call him. JT.
Everybody needs him.
Oh, everybody does. Yeah. Oh, he's a gem at doing it, too. I'm blessed. Still 9-7, 1 minute remaining in this third and final period. Ties it up.
It'll
we
be
will
the
have
longest
overtime.
minute of
I
his
know
life
it. I know.
and his parents' life.
Yeah, and yours next to us. They got to be tired now a little bit, aren't they, Joe? Do you think?
I would imagine that you are exhausted at this point.
I would think so. Steve, are they tired at this point?
I started to go down there.
They're both. You can tell.
Well, yeah.
Somebody's going to make a mistake late.
Well,
and the legs are not.
Yep,
you have to tell me.
And
your
there's
core,
the mistake.
There's a mistake right there.
Yep, there's a mistake.
Your core and
You
your
can see
arms are probably exhausted.
Okay, so what was the mistake? Letting them get a formidable position on our guy?
You could tell that Mari's getting tired, and the kid took advantage of it by. He's got to get his one right here. There's two.
There's two
with
right
7
there.
seconds left.
5,
Write him
4,
out.
3. Write him out. 2.
Write him out.
1. That's it. Big win for the Sailors. Here, you want a stool?
Yeah,
Here,
there's no stool.
Here, I'll share one with you.
You can stand, too.
Steve Swanker, stand, please. Joe, he's our guest. I'll stand. I'll take one for the team.
We've got the sophomore, Jake Mole, captain.
It's my boy, Jake.
Wrestling at 152. He's wrestling up.
What's his normal weight class, Steve?
Jake will wrestle 145.
So he's up 7 pounds. Oh, that's a lot, yeah. Joe, I just want you to take note here what I'm doing. I'm taking one for the team.
I see.
Okay.
I see. If the table collapses and we lose everything,
so now it's
I'll know who to blame.
Okay. I see where we're going. Jake Moe's got a bright future in wrestling?
Absolutely.
Does he?
Nobody works harder in the room.
Then Mole does, really? Oh, that's great.
Ooh.
He's got a nice little V going too, doesn't he?
Got a couple of very athletic young men out there.
And we got a finger in the eye.
Yep.
That looks like a hurt.
Now, that's not a penalty point.
No.
That just happened random. Okay.
Yeah.
How much time does the official give a young man until his scene comes back?
Yeah.
Okay. There goes Mike Schuster out there, going to go check on a young sailor. Who's the young man to the left of Coach LeMay?
That's Coach Marsman. That's the young man that's graduated from Grand Valley and going to go on to medical school.
Oh, is he working with our wrestling team this year?
He's assistant coach, yeah.
Is he really? Oh, that's great. So these two coaches work with JV and varsity kids,
yes.
Correct? All right. Do you ever pair, for situations like this, do you ever pair different weight classes with each other in anticipation of having to do it for a match? Or do you keep the two weight classes together all the time?
Well, you can only go up one weight class.
You can, okay. So you could practice if you want, looking, God, I got a kid that, all right, I got you. No, and that's for a safety reason, I would think, going up one weight class. Do you do any conditioning other than the general practice?
Oh, they're constantly conditioning.
They
run this track all day long.
They do? Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
This team is very well conditioned.
So give us an example out in Sailor Nation of what an average practice looks like. So you come in and you do, for instance, like we do CALs, EDDs.
Yeah, you'll warm up and then you'll do some technique.
Okay.
And then you do quite a bit of technique, and then you'll drill, and then you'll go live wrestling, and then conditioning.
Okay. All right.
You're conditioning the whole time.
You're
wrestling.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Both wrestlers kind of feeling them out.
This is a sport that Cavanis would have done well in. I think I wish DJ would have gone out with this. A couple of my other bigger linemen would have.
Gosh!
Would have benefited a great.
What's up? How
deal.
you doing? Nice to see you.
Would have benefited a great deal from this.
Oh my gosh!
I think Stephen Koziak would have enjoyed this as well. You work on quickness, hand-eye coordination, you're thinking.
Hand fighting. Mental toughness.
Oh, my God, just mental toughness alone. But the hand fighting, especially for our defensive players.
Absolutely.
Hand fighting is just huge.
Jake Mold doing a good job of riding him.
Still 0-0, period number 2 of 3.
Nothing, out of bounds.
I'm hearing grunting and groaning from my
we got
colleague.
Some blood.
A tech guy's work is never done.
No, but always appreciated. Always
that I know.
So we've gone from a poke eye to a bloody lip. He's having a tough match here.
Yeah, Jake's a bleeder.
So what weight class will Robbie be wrestling then? If everyone's moving up, it looks like
I would anticipate he'll wrestle at 160.
160? Okay.
And McGinley will move up to 71.
How's Cam doing this year?
Doing great. He finally broke the varsity lineup.
Oh, good. He's a great kid.
He's a great kid.
And he said he's going to play football next year,
yeah.
So that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Definitely paid his dues at the lower level.
Did he?
Yes.
And he earned his way up then,
yep.
Right? Good for him. That's great to hear.
One escape.
So point. Sailors
got
up
that single leg.
Sailors up 18-12 in the overall point total. Down 1-0 here in this
Out
match.
of bounds.
Looking to gain control on either side here.
You got to take your hat off to Jake because I know earlier this week he weighed about 140.2 pounds, and now he's wrestling up at 152.
Giving up 10 pounds to this guy, huh?
Yep. Well, this kid could technically weigh 154 pounds because after the first of the year, you're allowed a 2-pound allowance.
And that's why we have Steve Swanker up in the booth tonight.
That's exactly why we've got him.
Got 6 seconds left. 2 for Jake Mole. Big. Boy, the Sailors tonight, Joe, are scoring late.
Yeah, every single round it seems like they come in with a 1 or 2 point score right at the very end.
Right at the end. Oh, and that is huge. That is huge. Jake's on bottom.
Is this a good place for Jake? Is he better? Are some kids better on top?
To me, it makes me nervous because he's so much lighter.
Sure, okay.
But, I mean, he's got the lead, so as long as he doesn't get put on his back, he's great shape.
Yeah, you can see the different weight differential between the Shelby kid and Jake. He's just a bigger body. Only time I ever did wrestling was in gym classes.
Right.
Could be a reversal here. Nope.
Trying.
He's got his leg locked, and you can see that.
Uh-huh. Yep. See, the different components of wrestling, you know, your legs are doing something, your hands are doing something, your arms are doing something. It's fascinating.
And you've got to be thinking. You've got to be thinking right
all
now.
the time. You're thinking on the offense, you know, implementing, and then defensively, what am I going to do to counter it? And then once I counter it, how can I get the advantage on it? Yeah.
But I know we'll take this all day long. Time is a-ticking.
Right.
And he's down by 1.
Okay, so now what was the whistle blown for there?
Stalemate. Nobody was gaining. Yep, see, he's going to give up a point to get down. So he gave up a point to go neutral.
Who did the Shelby kid?
The Shelby kid, because he needs a takedown.
Oh, okay. So he's willing to give one to get 2.
Yes.
I gotcha. And okay.
More of that chess match.
I didn't know that was an option here.
Is that a wrestler choice or a coach choice?
I'm going to say coach.
I'm going to say coach too. Yep.
Jake Mole wrestling great on his feet. Out of bounds.
It's just like, Joe, like, you know, a quarterback might want to run the ball, but the coach said, no, we're going to do this, you know, something like that. Well, I've never heard of that. I didn't know you could get that thing.
3-1 lead coming into
15 seconds left, 3-1 lead. Jake, just hang on, baby.
Cross face.
Eating up some valuable seconds down. We're down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And that's it.
Look at that.
Nice.
Scored right in the last couple of seconds.
Oh, this is great.
Again.
Right at the end.
Boy, what a great match for both of you.
Steve, I tell you, it's wonderful having you up here. It's we're blessed. Thank you, my friend.
Well, so far the only Shelby points scored tonight have been on the forfeits.
The 2 forfeited weight classes.
Now, this has been exciting, the whole spotlight match stuff, and I tell you what, it's pretty cool.
Great atmosphere.
It is.
It's a great atmosphere.
Well, Sailor Nation Sports, you know, we always want to bring out the best in the team. What can we do to bring out the best in the team? And it's evident right here, being up 21-12.
We're at 160.
It is.
Yeah, you know what? Ask the hockey team, 2-0 over the weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
Competitive cheer, winning theirs.
I got to say, since we've been live broadcasting as Sailor Nation Sports, we've been to Ford Field twice.
That's two for a
right,
takedown.
Right. Look at the events we've covered and we've won. I mean, the proof is in the pudding.
That's true.
Yeah.
So up 2-0 now in the 160 weight class. Mona Shore's up.
Who do we have wrestling here, Steve?
Robbie Swanker.
You know this guy?
Yeah.
You know? Okay.
Now, he's wrestling up as well?
He's wrestling up. He's wrestling heavy today.
So pretty much from all the way up then.
Yeah.
Now, the problem will be at the heavyweight though, Steve, won't it?
Yeah, we won't have one.
All right.
That's a pin.
Robbie with the pin. Making his daddy happy and mother even happier.
Let's take a look.
And I love when the official just slaps it hard versus slap that mat, big fella. Good job, Robbie. So that's a six. Now a pin is worth 16 points, correct?
Yep.
So 27. Oh, we're
jumping up to 171 with Cam McGinley.
My boy Cam.
Another kid that is just a
great kid.
Just a rat. He just works and works and works. Up 2-0 quickly.
Boy, and you know what? You were right when you said, the leader of your
he's got the cradle.
Football. Boy, he was a leader.
That's a pin too.
Look at Cam. Sailors.
And this is the reason why Coach LeMay jockeyed the lineup.
Yeah, it's paying big dividends now.
This is knowing your wrestlers and knowing your opponent.
Yep.
Steve,
up to 189, we got the senior, Gabe Jensen.
In football, we try to get film or we personally try to watch our opponents.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever scout other teams? Is there to see how they do?
I don't think you're watching so much film. I think you're going to track wrestling, and you're gonna have a good idea who you're gonna wrestle right then.
I gotcha. I like how they shake hands before. Boy, these are big boys right here at 189.
Gabe, I mean, he's not 189 pounds by no means.
What does Gabe weigh?
Gabe's probably about 172 pounds. He's wrestling up.
17 pounds, though, Steve. That's a lot.
That's a lot of weight.
It's a lot of weight now. Zero, 27 seconds into this first period.
Gabe's another one of those guys that just work.
What grade is Gabe in?
Gabe is a senior.
He's a senior
captain.
Okay, all right.
Looking for a takedown here.
Yeah.
Boy, they're just scrapping with this hand battle, aren't they?
Gabe's going to know what everybody's going to say before they say it. He should switch levels.
Now, what does that mean?
Gabe can't make a living around his head. He's got to switch levels.
Okay, so he's got to
bend his knees.
Yep. So he's got to go like waist down.
Yep.
Just like this kid just did.
Yep.
Okay, I got you.
Got a cross face going.
Now this is where the coach would, got to go low,
yep.
or something to that. All right.
Maybe 2 points for Shelby for the takedown.
Look, Joe, something that we've learned is having all these people working with us. I've learned a ton.
Oh, absolutely.
It's
about
priceless.
Sports I would have never even thought about.
No. And we've had all.
Believe it or not, you'll start
people.
watching it on TV. The Big Ten Network's always showing.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But see, and now I'll look at it different just because of you, Steve, so thank you. Oh, that was interesting. Try to stand up and to escape.
He stands up, he gets his point.
Yeah.
Nope. 20 seconds left.
First period of action, Sailors down 2-0 in this individual mat. 189-pound weight class. Three, 2, 1, and we've come to the end of the first period.
Probably a good thing that time ran out. Looked like he had that cradle
lock.
lock.
Yeah, it's just getting pretty close, yep. had to flip them. All right, so
we need a quick 2 here, don't we, Stevie?
We do.
So a quick escape. And you said he's better from waist down, so we'll see. Oh, he tried.
That's an explosion off the whistle, Joe.
Boy, that was, right at the whistle.
He had it blocked, though. He wasn't able to get out of it. Uh-oh, now he's in trouble.
Yeah,
now he's in trouble.
We're fighting off our back.
Yeah. Come on, roll, big fella.
Roll.
Roll.
Now, if he gets flipped over on his stomach, is that considered an escape?
No, he'll still get his 3 near fall. You give him 3 or 2?
3.
3.
And he's still in trouble.
His fall.
Yeah.
Back on his back again. It's a lot of exhaustion going there.
And the pin. Yeah. You try. Well, you know what? Those 17 pounds is big.
Oh, it's huge.
It's huge.
And it's even going to be more here because Ezra Purple's going to wrestle 215, and he weighs awful close to 189.
What?
Wow, 215 weight class now.
Yeah.
33-18 team scores, rather. 12 of those team for Shelby were the void forfeits.
Yeah, forfeit weight class, yeah. You know, I guess the only thing about Ezra, though, his stature right now, he's so compact. Does that not do anything to help him out at this discrepancy in weight class?
It really depends on how he uses it.
Yeah. Come on, Ezra. This is my boy right here. I tell you, you could clone him.
What a motor. This kid has got a motor like no one else.
Yeah. He's so coachable.
Oh, thank you.
And his grandfather.
What's that? Isn't it cool? It's fun.
Ezra's grandfather and I went to Muskegon together. He graduated a year behind me from Muskegon.
How about that?
Look at that, huh? Brian Clark, great guy.
They're at all of his matches.
Oh, God, yeah.
All
of the football games, too.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Be interesting to see what Ezra's going to do in football next year. Stick at center, or can't see him going around. I think it'd be a good center. Just got to work on some things. Still 0-0.
I notice a significant height discrepancy here as well.
Is
that an advantage or disadvantage for the shorter, tall person? Or it just depends on how you use it?
I'd almost
how
go
you use
with
it,
right
Joe.
here. I think it's a little bit of a disadvantage. I really do.
Being short?
Yeah, well, being shorter than this guy.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, nothing. Way to work, Purple.
So he worked his way out of a bad situation, thus no points.
He was right there to be in a bad situation.
Yeah. Come on, Ezra. Look at how he's trying to counteract his hand movement with his own hand movement. That's neat. It's just fascinating out there how this works. How to get leverage. It's all about leverage.
Ezra Purple battling.
Yeah.
0-0 still. 20 seconds left in this first round.
He's hanging in there.
Is there talking up there? They talking to each other? Little taunting.
I've seen it happen. I've been told about it. You can kind of tell when they're chirping a little bit.
Do you use that? I mean, could you use that as a mental
the referee
advantage?
Is going to stop it. I mean, it's not going to get too carried away by no
Oh,
means.
okay.
But Ezra Purple is not that kid. He's
not.
So it's not something that is part of wrestling.
No.
Okay.
No.
Is there anybody on our wrestling team that likes to chirp at all? I know Cam probably doesn't. Ezra
I'm not going to mention names, but I
Robbie
think
probably doesn't. Knowing his mother and father as well as I do.
Yeah, there's no way.
No, knowing his dad doesn't chirp at all. See, this is where Ezra's height hurts him right here.
Well, if Ezra switched levels,
2 points for an escape. 1 point, sorry. 1 point.
He can use it to his advantage.
Yeah, but he didn't that time. And I think it hurts him right here too.
Oh, there's two. There's two
there's
for Ezra.
two right there. Attaboy, Az.
Yep, keep him down.
Starting to get a little tired here in the middle of the second.
Break him down.
Second round.
Keep him down, Ezra.
There's no way that Shelby's in shape like Mona Shores.
1 point, so we're
for
tied
escape.
2-2 though. That's all right. We'll take this tie right here. And boy, Ezra, making mom and dad and grandma and grandpa, your old coach Papa D here proud. Okay, out of bounds. Why do you say, Steve, nobody's out-conditioned in Shores? What is it that you guys do that's special?
Oh, it's constant. It's
Constant?
a constant. What's up, man? It's got some middle school wrestler football players just walk by.
Do you do something with the middle school to help out at all?
No.
To encourage them, or okay?
Ezra Purple definitely not shying away
No.
from the heavier kid.
Still tied up, 16 seconds
He's
left.
probably giving up 30 pounds, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's a huge. Come on, Ezra's right. Spotlight Showcase Wrestling right here at the Sailor Center, the 8th wonder of the world. We are being joined by Steve Swanker, wrestling
Oh, he
expertise
gave him a point for
aficionado.
stalling with 3 seconds left. That's going to break his back right there.
Now he accused Ezra of stalling.
He warned Ezra for stalling, and then he gave him his point.
Well, what within a
I didn't see
2-second
this.
interval?
I didn't
Yeah,
see
I
the
didn't,
stall
I didn't
either.
see the first.
I didn't
Well,
see the warning. I didn't see the warning at all. I mean, what, you warn and you give it to him? Holy smokes. Now, is Ezra just wrestling JV most of the time?
Nope, Ezra's
Varsity as well?
a 90% varsity wrestler.
Oh, that's great. So hopefully he can earn his letter, get a varsity.
He's already got it.
Good. Cam got his, I take, so all the sophomores, I hope.
Yep.
Most of them.
Give
That's
another
great.
point for stalling.
I don't understand that.
That's not going to fare well with Coach LeMay.
Well,
Ezra coming at him.
two.
What's the 2 points for?
Now, what's the two there for?
It must because
gotta
he's
be
had
for
so many of them.
Stalling it.
Oh,
Well,
Coach LeMay is going to.
I don't understand how that's stalling. With his
It's
action.
because he's going backwards. He's going backwards and going out of the mat.
Well, okay. Well, geez, one kid almost ran out of the mat in the JV match.
So 4 of his points have been on stalling.
Yeah. Okay, so coach is talking to him right now. Do certain coaches?
Did you
work?
miss your mouth or what? We have a slight water leak coming out of.
Must be. Is it raining out, Sailor Nation?
Okay. I don't know if you
This
know
is
this or not.
electronics.
Very expensive equipment, Mr. Canuck has here. This will not look good. Okay, we will end up billing you for your service. Hey, Steve, do certain coaches out of the two coaches work with different weight classes?
Two
Nope.
more points for a
Okay.
takedown.
Yeah. Some
Ezra's
back
getting
point.
tired now. Come on, Ez, get out of it, baby. No, you just couldn't do it. This is the size and the weight was too much. And 21 seconds remaining. Hey, you put up a fight though.
Oh, for sure. You're never going to accuse him of not working.
No.
So Shelby puts 6 points up on the board, taking it 33-24 in the overall team score.
Now, you had mentioned this weight discrepancy is going to catch up. Well, this is the last match of the night
Yeah,
right
and
now.
they'll get their void, and
We'll win.
Mona Shores will walk away with a victory.
33-30.
barely.
It's a very good Shelby wrestling.
No, Shelby's historically been a good program, hasn't
Yeah.
they? That's a bit.
And there's your void.
There's your void right there being acknowledged to the home side.
So, Joe, how many on voids? How many did we? 18, 18 out of there?
Yes,
18.
Yes, 18
Two
out
right
of
up
their
front,
30.
one
So
at the
half,
end.
a little over half, Steve.
So, where do we go from here? Is it Shores now against Forest Hills?
Yes.
Okay.
So you want to take a quick little break?
Yeah,
in a
let's
minute?
take a break and
Yeah,
we'll
let's
be
take a
right
break in a
back.
minute.
I think that'll be a fantastic idea.
Sailor Nation Sports Network fans, now's your opportunity to become a sponsor. If you would like to get your name listed as an alumni or as a business and support this great thing we have going, please contact us on the Sailor Nation Sports Network group page. We'd be happy to list you and your business, or just you as an alumni, in support of these great opportunities for our young athletes. Don't forget that your sponsorship will also be rebroadcast anytime one of our programs goes on the Muskegon Channel 96, Government Access Channel. That's where it will be seen in its entirety every time we show you. Thank you for tuning in to tonight's contest. For all Mona Shores athletic information, you can go to monashoresathletics.com or find the Mona Shores Athletics page on Facebook.
Everybody, and welcome to the Sailor Center, the 8th wonder of the world here at Mona Shores High School. We are joined tonight by our very special guests as we telecast, as we bring into your home Mona Shores Wrestling. Good evening, my friend. How are you, buddy?
I'm fantastic. I'm actually eating a couple of chips here because Steve still hasn't brought us dinner.
He hasn't brought us dinner. So anybody in Sailor Nation Sports,
I appreciate all you guys being here. I appreciate being able to sit up here
with the legend himself,
Steve Swanker.
Steve Legend
under the
Swanker.
Spotlight.
Yes.
Again, Joe, they gave up the quick 12.
Now, I see that that's 12 over on the Sailors side. We had that, correct? Did we get that, or did they put that on the wrong side?
Wrong side. You got the senior Anthony Allen.
And our first match. There we go. We got the answer. Yep. So the first weight class actually wrestling tonight is the 130. And who did you say that was?
That's the senior Anthony Allen.
Steve, now is this the third time he's wrestled tonight or the fourth time?
Second.
Second? Only the second because he didn't do JV at all, right?
No, he don't wrestle JV.
Oh, I got you. So this is only his second match. I got you. Oh, yeah, that's right.
It is a quick 2.
Yeah. How did this kid do in the city meet, Joe? I mean, Steve.
Anthony took second.
Oh, okay. Anthony took second. Robbie took second. Anybody else place for us?
Gavin Stout
was
a third.
Okay.
And
Cam.
No, and I'm thinking, I think maybe Gabe Jensen took 4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I believe he did take 4.
So you mentioned this is the second time he's wrestled tonight. We'll see the same wrestlers again, correct?
Yes.
Unless there's some type of a physical injury that would
Right.
pull them out of the lineup.
We're
or
going
anything.
into it healthy, so.
Okay.
Now, will we see the guys then bump up again?
I don't think so.
Only
Well, I
because
don't
they
know,
have
maybe.
more kids at
Maybe.
our weight class, and
See
then
Amari
Will
Thomas with his headgear on, so maybe he will wrestle 45.
Now, Forest Hills Central has more kids than we do, so we could pair up and keep our kids in weight. Unfortunately, eventually you're going to have to forfeit somewhere down the road.
Right, I don't know exactly.
And so
what
do you
Coach
forfeit
LeMay's
at the
gonna do.
lower level, or do you forfeit at the level you don't have, and forcing your kids to go up, which is almost like a double whammy, really?
Right. You're rolling the dice to see if
Well, you're rolling the dice twice and you're not winning anything because you're giving up too much. You're giving up twice as much.
Anthony Allen getting. Nope. Waved it off.
He's looking to get that cradle. He's looking
How long
to
have
pull
you
it in.
been involved with the wrestling program here? 4 or 5 years?
Well, this is my first year.
Oh, this is your.
Yeah, I've been a parent.
Oh, okay. I got you.
But Coach LeMay comes out and helps me when he can with football, and that's a
And well, you got to give back,
recruiting
buddy.
tool that we try to use.
And that's why Joe and I are here. This is how I'm giving back to you for you helping me. Mm-hmm.
Well, like I said, it starts at the lower
2 more
levels.
points for Anthony.
Yep.
And
So Sailors up 4-0. 13 seconds into round period number 2. Sailors
He's got
down
a great leg
12-0.
lock in place there.
Anthony's a great leg. He rides legs like nobody else on the team.
During your weekly practices or
Yep.
daily practices, do you work on certain techniques or certain holds or certain defenses,
I
Steve?
think once you get to this time of year, you're seeing what what you saw Saturday,
Right.
and a week. You got a weakness on bottom, so you're going to spend more time.
More time on your
bottom,
weaknesses.
yeah.
Yep, I got you. For instance, like this football season, when we play Zeeland West, we're going to spend a ton of time on the wing tee. How to defend it.
Unfortunately.
And this year's conference is significantly harder. The green will be football is just going to be tougher for us all the way across the
and
board.
Plus, with a big target on your back.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful use of the strength of the upper body with those legs. Almost got him to flip. How much of this, obviously you're not going to get a submission, but knowing that you are putting them in a position that hurts. I mean, it's not technically a submission. I think he's got the cradle there.
Anthony's not so much of a cradle guy.
He looked like he just about had it, but he didn't really keep it. So
You're going to ride him out now.
Yeah, time's on his side, isn't it? Now, he couldn't be called for stalling.
No, he's moving.
He's
moving on top.
All right. And that's going to be the end of round 2. Up 4-0. We're going to go into round 3. Sailors up 4-0, but down 12-0 in your total as a team. So a win here would give Sailors 3 points on the board as a team.
unless he pins him, then it'd be 6.
Well, right, yeah. See, a pin would be huge. Areas that Anthony can work on, Coach, that you see to hone his skill a little bit better?
I think when it comes to Anthony, I think he's got to deal with Anthony. You know, I mean,
Yeah.
he can get it in his head that
I'm good, and I really don't need anything.
or the kid's better than I am. No,
Right.
It's never overconfident.
Well,
He needs to believe a little more in himself
Right.
and his abilities.
I'm really humbling myself now in front of you, in front of Sailor Nation Sports. I just loathe what I'm just going to say, all right?
It can't be good, can it, Joe?
It cuts,
I can't wait.
It cuts to the core of what I feel about this program, this state, Ohio State University.
Oh, boy.
I can't stand the Buckeyes.
Really?
But I'm going to tell you something. And
Go
this,
ahead, please.
The book that I just finished, Above the Line, by Urban Meyer, was one of the best books I've read in a long time.
I'm probably going to wait to the movie.
You can't wait to the movie for this. I'm going to lend you this book. You've got to read it before next season. Because
the big question is, how many pages?
I don't know, but what's better is all the areas I highlighted for you.
Right.
And little notes.
35 seconds left, still up 4-0 in this match.
I got so much out of this book. You'll see it in the locker room with the way with what I'm doing.
Now you quote Urban Meyer.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'll be quoting Urban, all right. 20 seconds remaining. Sailors 4-0.
Anthony's locked in pretty well to be able to ride this out.
Now
takes a glance up at the clock.
Yep. Now, this has got to be wearing on the Forest Hill Central kids, the constant weight and having to fight just to get out of it. He hasn't been able to get out of it all period.
3 seconds left.
If we were in college, we'd have an extra point for riding time.
Really?
Yeah, I think Anthony rode him that whole third period.
No, agreed. Oh, it's over with. It's done. All right.
Good night for the senior.
Yep, another good win. 2-0 on the year. The young coach that's going to med school, how has he added to the program?
Oh, he's amazing.
Has he?
He's amazing.
Now, is this his first year with us?
No, he's been with Coach LeMay from the beginning.
Will he be with us next year? Or
we're hoping.
Oh,
but, you also hope he gets into med school. So
yeah, you're right, yeah.
It's a tough one.
You don't want to wish your success away.
Right.
No, but
program,
in this case.
but certainly for his success. It's like a football team. It's like the championship. You'd love to be able to take that same championship team to Ford Field.
Freshman, Gavin Stout, the phenom. That's what I call him.
Look at Coach Swanker, the phenom. The young phenom that
do these wrestlers internally within the team, do they get nicknames?
They get what?
Nicknames?
No, I don't think so. I just made up phenom today, so.
It rolls off your
tongue. He wouldn't like it if he knew I said it. Very humble kid.
Well, he's almost a prototype of you then. Humble, acknowledging,
exactly.
Thankful. I mean, he's.
Are we talking about Steve?
We are.
Thank you very
much. Should be.
Joe, that's why we work so good together right there. You knew where the.
I'm like.
Here we go. Work at him, Gavin.
Still nothing. There he's got it.
We got two.
I know Gavin's mom and dad are here, and his brother are here.
Hey, how much weight room time do you guys spend during the season? Any?
None.
None at all. Why? It's just
technique.
for technique because you don't lift weights for what? Yeah, okay. I got you.
Little blood time.
It's all in here, right? In this.
It's all in there.
In the wrestling area?
It's all in there.
I'm going to see if I can.
What are you going to just see?
I'm going to get Connor to go over into the weight room or into the wrestling room. We're going to have Connor go into the wrestling room over there and just kind of check it out. Yep. We'll show you guys what the wrestling facilities look like.
Got a lot of blood, sweat, and tears that go in that room.
So we're just gonna have Connor just kind of look through it, show you guys what it is that goes on here.
Yeah, if you can.
We'll see what the actual room looks like that these guys prepare in. And Steve, as we walk through there with that camera, you can see up here on the screen, you'll be able to tell us some of the different stuff that we've got going on in there. It is
one door
locked.
That one should be unlocked up there.
Let's see if we can get a glance in there. As we're on to the 135 weight class. Who we have wrestling here again?
The Phenom.
Oh, this is still the Phenom. 48 seconds left. Now he just walked in that door.
Yep, he's good. He's in.
Okay. So as we look at the both the what do we got in there? So just taking a look around in here in Mona Shores Wrestling. A couple of practice mats.
It's the whole thing is full of mat covered, and then he's got some, at times they'll play dodgeball or
some
whatever.
Pull-up stuff.
And yep.
It's basically core working.
Yep. That's your
it's
typical
a nice
weight
facility.
Room. It is very nice.
Boy, look at those mats. You can really work on some one-on-one with your same weight class people above you kind of make you work on it.
The Hall of Famer is on his phone.
Oh, I'm getting some gal that I work with up in Holton, her son.
What's the nets for? Do they also use this for baseball?
Yeah,
okay.
Baseball,
yep.
softball.
All right. So looking to pat it along the side and everything else. All right. Going on to round 2 here.
It's a very nice wrestling room.
Sailors in this current match up 2-0. Lots of art. Who's responsible for the art on the wall?
For sure. I had a feeling you'd ask that.
Some peg crawl there.
Yep.
That's a workout. That's another core workout there.
Sure.
So you guys can see the facilities, and you see Connor.
Wow.
Dabbing.
That made my day.
Yeah. And this is why we keep Connor around, because of the entertainment value. All right, as Connor
trying to fight off that single. A little close to injuring.
Still up 2-0 though.
We're under the spotlight.
He's got a nice little V going.
Sure.
He's ripped. Just has to hang on for 58 more seconds.
We're only in round 2, so.
Oh, correction. Look at him how he maneuvers his way around here.
Gavin.
Another 2, yep. 4-0 now. 43 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
A little blood, maybe?
Again.
It's a bloody sport, Joe. Bloody sport. Now, as both of you are aware of, I'm full-blooded Greek, right? I believe wrestling started in the mother country.
I believe it did.
Greco-Roman. We included the Romans, but the first word was what? Oh, Greco, meaning Greek.
Right.
Yeah, right. So this is really a story of my people, bringing it to your people. Right. My people.
I never thought of it like that.
Well, I want you to start thinking outside of the box here a little bit, gentlemen. Okay. Let me just do a little research here on this.
Yeah, I tell you what. Pretty much everything came from
pretty
ancient
much
Greece, didn't it?
Yeah. Oh no, literally. Yeah.
All right, blood taken care of. Getting ready to get the remainder of round 2 underway. 43 seconds. The Sailors are up 4-0 on this match. Gavin's still in control. .13 seconds left. Round 2.
Got a comfortable 4-0 lead.
Well.
In a sport that draws blood is often, I honestly think it draws blood more often than football does.
Oh, absolutely.
Has there ever been like worries of universal precautions and that kind of thing?
I don't know.
I mean, from a bloodborne pathogen standpoint,
I don't think so. I mean,
they do a great job of patching them back up and cleaning it and everything else. Yeah.
This thing called Google. I don't know if both of you have heard of it before.
I think we're maybe.
So who invented wrestling? It was developed by ancient Greek as a way to train soldiers in hand-to-hand combat. Unfortunately, after defeating the Greeks, the Roman emperor borrowed from Greek wrestling but eliminated much of the brutality. The Greeks feared the true history of the sport would be lost, so Greco-Roman wrestling was born. Look at that. Mm-hmm. Well,
so round 3, Sailors up 6-0, minute 16 left.
It's not what you can do for the Greeks, but what have the Greeks done to mankind? God, it's just We probably invented firefighters. Oh, I saw your little emblem today on Facebook.
Did you know?
75 years?
Yeah. So
That's
this is
really
this is
nice.
our 75th year as a fire department. Yep.
In Norton Shores or
In Norton Shores.
75 years. Are you guys doing some big to-do with the year?
We're doing various different things on Facebook to commemorate it. We actually have a 75th commemorative badge that we'll be wearing as soon as it gets here for the remainder of this year.
Would you like me to come and give a speech or to talk to you
absolutely.
guys?
I mean, because
I'm
certain
Sailor Nation
that
Sports, I could come and just represent. You see the fun we have
yes,
here doing
it
this.
is so much fun.
All right, so this is round 3.
Round 3.
Up 6-0. Overall score is 12-3 now. 1 minute remaining in this round. We're at Spotlight Showcase here.
Kevin stays in control still.
So you guys are the host school on Friday for the conference.
Yes.
And that starts at what time?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Okay. Are there preliminaries? I mean, so how does this work with all these teams? I mean, is it beat by certain weight classes?
It'll be all weight class, yeah. Just like tonight.
Okay.
You'll have one guy at each weight class.
Okay. Well, one guy representing the school at each weight class.
Yep.
Okay. Interesting. That'd be kind of a fun thing to cover, wouldn't it? Let me talk to my hierarchs and let's see where Sailor Nation Sports is on all this.
Kevin going to ride out this win.
6-0, 5 seconds left, and it looks like he should be able to take this one home.
And it's
So, Nick, I wanted to let you know that we are three people shy of 2,800.
Stop! Really?
Yep, 3 people shy of 2,800
all right,
people.
Sailor Nation Sports.
Yep, it's been a steady climb over the course of the last month. We've added 67 new members.
That's great.
You got 140 here. You got Gravy coming up.
Mousetrap, you ready?
Those out there in Sailor Nation Sportsland, thank you for joining us for this varsity wrestling under the spotlight. And be kind. Be nice. Be nice. Youth night as well. Youth are out here to welcome the varsity wrestlers into this dual match. And it's the Be Nice initiative here, where really kind of you're on the mat. You're not really nice to your opponent, but
right
mentally and supportingly, it's an initiative to be nice, be kind to people, because everybody's going through a lot of stuff, and you never know when somebody really needs your help.
That's the key, is you
never know.
Sailor is only down by 6 points now in the team total.
140 weight class, as we mentioned.
Steve, are we wrestling up or?
No, it looks like we're about normal.
Okay, so you would think then for the rest of this match,
everybody will wrestle their weights.
Right, and then we'll give up some periodically in some of the ones we can't fill. Okay.
We'll be solid up until 2:15 now.
Oh, okay.
Got this single. Well.
Now, Steve, I noticed the officiating alternates. The other guy did the last. They take turns, or do they take turns by weight classes?
No, I think they're just taking turns tonight because there's only one mat going.
I got you. Okay.
How long do they allow them to wrestle with the headgear off?
We'll blow the whistle here pretty soon, yeah. Forest Hill, a nice young man, picked up his headgear for him.
Still 0-0 here in the first round of this match.
Boy, it'd be nice to hit 3,000 people by the end of the spring. You know that? We could hit 3,000 by the end of
Give
spring.
up a late 2, Joe.
Yeah, that's what our MO has been, but we've been scoring the late 2.
Okay, so 2 points here at the end of round 1 for Forest Hill Central.
Patty Geiser suggests that there should be some weight, or in the wrestling room there should be some artwork on there about the state finalist Josh Hill.
Oh, for sure. There's some plaques up there with his name on it.
We did see a little glimpse of the plaques up there of the recognized wrestlers from Sailor history.
Uh-oh. Did you get any points for that? No.
No.
Because he didn't complete the process, right?
He started off on top, so
He's getting some near fall
he's going to
points.
get some points here.
Yep.
3 takes him up 5-0.
Minute 30 remaining.
Good things
in
don't
period
happen when
number
you're
2.
on your back.
No, not a lot. And he's been on his back a lot. He's going to be getting tired. Minute left here, period number 2.
A lot of time left in this period, Joe.
Yeah.
More near fall points.
It's going to be hard. And I think we got a pin coming up, pulling the official down. Looking for both blades. He's
3 more near falls.
Boy, listen to you just rattling off the terms now.
8-0 Forest Hill Central on this one. More near fall points coming in if this doesn't end up being a pin.
.25 seconds, period 2. Up 8-0, Forest Hill Central. 140-pound weight class. Who is this for us, Joe?
Gravy.
This is
Gravy.
Gravy.
Oh, this is my boy Gravy.
There's your 3 more near fall points. 11-0 now. Well, he's struggling on this one. Gravy is struggling.
Yeah, this
That's a
kid's
lot
tough.
of work. He's got to be getting exhausted.
Yep.
Another takedown? No. They waved out the points. So the end of round 2, 11-0 Forest Hill Central. Third and final round of this match at the 140 weight class.
See if he explodes off the whistle, Joe.
That's what you want to see.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad, but
He takes the leg away from him and just can't drive with him.
boy, he has got him smothered.
Oh, he does. This kid's brutal. See, this is what I don't get football players, and I wish there was more of our football players here cheering our guys on. Just the brutality of the sport, and it's all legal. .40 seconds gone in period number 3.
Got a lot of points to make up.
A lot of points.
Gravy's going to get anything here. He's
got a
going to have to
pin
go
to
for the
win,
pin.
boys.
Yeah, right,
Pin to
right.
win.
I was just going to say pin to win, baby. And Gravy looks just tired. And he just...
Whistle.
Now, if this kid from Forest Hill Central said, look, I've got 6 points, there's less than a minute left, I'm just going to lie on him and just move every now and then, would that be considered stalling?
It depends how good of an actor he is.
Okay. It's kind of like a punter that barely gets hit and
Right.
the theatrics come into play. Does Robbie do a spring sport?
Volleyball. Mona Shores is a volleyball club.
They do. That's
We talked about
great.
this actually on the way home from
we
it.
did.
From
That's
wrestling.
right.
It's
More near fall points coming.
Well, this kid is just putting the pedal to the metal. He wants a pin. He might get it here. He might get it. He might get it. 20 seconds left, boy.
Boy, he's having a tough
Boy,
time.
well,
not
well,
getting
he just. Oh, he got it. Yep, But there was just
Now,
too much time left in that period not to
how
get it.
long do both shoulders have to be down?
Really, I mean, some guys are different. I mean, sometimes it's a quick pin, and sometimes you're wondering what's going on.
This guy seems to give him credit for that pretty quick.
Got the sophomore Jake Mole up.
There's a nice little shot of this spotlight event here at the Sailor Center for the varsity wrestling team. Had the JV open us up. Starting at 4:30 earlier today. That was kind of nice, giving them a little love. Now wrestling at the 145 weight class. Forest Hills Central up 18-6 total points team. Who we got wrestling now, Steve?
Jake Mole.
Jake Mole.
The sophomore phenom. Oh, nice. Look at the speed on that kid. So this kid's now trying to figure out how am I going to flip this kid, right? I mean, I tried it one way. Yeah, now I'm going to try something else.
Nothing Forest Hills Central on this match.
So what's Jake trying to figure out, Steve? I mean, obviously not to get flipped and pinned, but what moves can he do now to help himself that would be the most effective?
He can sit out. Right now, this guy just seems to be all over him. All over him. Now he's going to try to stack him, which I don't think will work.
When you're sitting there and you're feeling him, basically he's big like a spider monkey all over him.
Yeah.
Do you take advantage? He moves, he starts moving in some type of
there's just some guys that you just can't get.
No, he's got him
now.
Get out.
It's a quick pin.
Yeah. Boy, this kid was relentless, though, wasn't he?
Yeah, that kid was a stud.
Okay, before you forget, so these 5 kids that I might lose, they're all skill kids.
All skill. You don't need any linemen.
No. So it's both Farnhams. It's
J-Dog.
Who else would it be? I forgot the other 2. Who would it be?
I don't know. It'll come to me.
Oh, I'm sure it will. Does the varsity need them?
I don't think it could hurt.
No, because they're thin in skill, they said.
Yeah, 160.
All right,
160.
160. Overall scores 24-6 in favor of Forest Hill Central. Steve Swanker joining us here. Great to have him with us. Kimmons down on the floor on the south end of the field house. Connor over here on the north side. And
it's a quick 2.
Joe, Steve, and I are up here on the track in a great view. I mean, Joe, you're literally right at midcourt, buddy.
Yeah, I get a pretty good view of the left half of this mat from our vantage point. Yeah. The rest of my view is just like yours.
Yeah. But it's pretty cool, though. I must say kudos to Coach LeMay and his staff, to Coach Swanker here for joining us. I like the spotlight thing. It makes it more of a professional type setting than the whole gymnasium lit up. And there's a really good crowd from both sides.
Yeah, this is, again, you talk about the atmosphere that Patrick LeMay has created with the spotlight event and everything else. This really is fantastic.
Dan Vandermine, good to have Dan back. He's working the mic down there on the floor. I don't know if we could broadcast from the floor. I don't think the angle
would be difficult. Yeah, I think
I agree with you.
We would have to be isolated on that side would be okay. Yeah.
Yeah, right. That would be a good side for us. Steve, what do you think?
Oh, he's got to give him his 2. Oh my Lord.
So what did you see there, Steve? What happened?
Boy, it looked like he had him it looked like he had his 2 and almost on his back.
Oh, okay.
Comes away with nothing.
Steve, is this a better place to call a wrestling match or down on the floor?
No, I like this up here.
You like it up here? Why? Just the angle looking down on top of that? Okay. Well, Steve, if you like it down there, we're going to go with what you said then, Steve, because you are Steve Swanker.
Mind getting a couple late here, Joe.
Well, 2-1. We're up right now. 9 seconds left, and we'll take those 2 points, making it 4-1. 4-1. And we're rounding out 2-1, and the round is over. So, we'll take those 4-1 points.
We'll take that.
You know, Robbie's not a small kid, and this kid is making him look like a little fella, doesn't he?
He does.
Yeah.
I like it. Slipping in around 2 here, 4-1. Robbie's got good control right now. 126 left. 152 weight class.
Has Robbie always wrestled this weight class? Or has he flexed?
Robbie cut 2 weight classes this year.
Wow.
And he's going to try to get this kid in a cradle.
Come on, Robbie. Get him, baby. Slap that hand, official. Come on. Oh, you know he's now. Slap it. Slap it. He's getting ready.
No, I'm trying not to be a parent.
Oh, he got it.
3.
Yep, you're right.
Steve is very invested in this one.
Yeah, look at
obviously,
it.
with
He's
his
out.
son,
He's
yeah.
looking. He's got his coach, and he's leaning. And that's okay. We're gonna let him be a dad a minute.
Absolutely. He's got
What's Robbie trying to do right now? Get a single leg takedown? Yeah, the old single leg.
Boy, he's got him good, too.
Yeah, well, I know it.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, thought I was going to be able to hold that. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh. Now that's a reversal, correct? Or no, he's not.
No,
gonna
look
give it
at
to him.
Robbie
Look
with
at
the
that.
back.
That was
Hit
beautiful.
him, baby. Come on, Robbie. Slap that hand, Mr. Official. Come on, baby. Slap it. You want to slap it? Come on, Robbie. Get him, Robbie. Get him. Yes, he slapped him. I love this
With the
official.
pin.
This official. The other guy just says, good job, Robbie. That was probably one of the better ones we've had.
He made him. It was short work. That was short work.
Good.
That was
Good
really
job,
good.
Robbie.
Nice job,
Wow.
Robbie. So that gives us another 6 points on the board.
I bet you Robbie's going to go out for dinner tonight after that pin, isn't he?
I bet he doesn't.
Yeah.
No, he's got to make weight. I got a funny story. He came home. Hey, I got a text yesterday on my way home. It says, I'm 4 pounds over.
Oh. So what do? We don't feed him.
I said, my text response was, you better start sweating. And he lost 4.5 pounds yesterday at practice. That's the thing with wrestling, is that it's
Okay,
not,
so-
you don't, when you leave the room, it doesn't end. You have to be
does
focused.
does Robbie wear like a special suit to help
Oh,
him
you can't
sweat?
do that anymore.
You can't wear those rubber suits anymore
No.
like back in the day when I was
Boy,
in high school?
I tell you, yeah, I was just going to say that's the way it used to be.
Oh, God, yeah.
Wrestling is 24/7. You have to. You
So
have
how
to.
did Robbie lose? I mean, what did he do? Bike, exercise,
He
walk,
wore sweatpants and 2 sweatshirts and sweated.
and didn't eat?
You got the sophomore here at 160, Cam McGinley.
My boy Cam.
He's down 2 points in this match so far, round 1.
It's my Sam linebacker right here, boy. This kid did it all on the football field for us. He was a gem.
1 point for the escape. 2-1. And he's got
2
2 points
more.
for the takedown. 4-1. 58
1
seconds
minute left in the first period. So this is 160-pound weight class.
Yep.
Okay, he's going to give
No
him
quit.
a.
No quitting this kid.
Two points, 6-2. Forest Hills Central in the lead. 22 seconds
Reversal for
left.
Cameron.
Reversal for 2, 6-4 now. He's not going to have a lot of time to work with anything right now. Coming to the end of round 1 here. 10
So the
seconds
key is
left.
you don't want them to give up a cheap one.
No, right.
Oh! Almost got him flipped.
Yep. Coach LeMay will probably choose down. Oh, no, neutral. Interesting.
Cameron goes in for the takedown, but does not get it. 8-4 now for Hill Central on this
You'd
meet.
like to see Cam be a little bit more patient instead of just
rush in.
Yeah. We got that cradle locked.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, that's.
Lots of near falls on that one.
Yep.
Lots of near falls. Going to give him 3. It's going to take him to 11-4. 11-4 now, Forest Hill Central in this match.
Going to get some more back points, Joe. 2.
13-4. Looking like it's going to be a pin that Cameron's going to need in order to get this one.
My guess would be that this guy is an upperclassman and been doing this for a while.
He's got good technique.
Yeah, you can tell he's a. There you go, Cam. Nice.
So now is that the Forest Hills Central wrestler giving up that point to reset?
I don't
kind
know
of in
if
a stalemate.
that was a give up there. I think Cam earned that one.
But
good lock on that head.
We saw him give up
35 seconds
left.
left.
In the first one against Shelby. And I never heard of that before.
13-7 now, closing the gap a little bit here in the round 2. 20 seconds left.
Cut it in half.
Still going to need to get him on his back, Joe.
Closing up round 2.
Like how Connor's looking at the score up there, giving it. No, that's really nice. Boy, they don't waste any time after every period. I mean, they just boom, boom, seconds. I bet you 15, 20 seconds at the most.
All right, round 3, down by 6.
Boy, that's brutal right there.
I think you guys can admit that this sport isn't for everyone.
No.
Oh, my God, no.
Yep.
I see why a lot of football players aren't. I don't know if they're tough enough, to be honest with you. You're right, Steve. I mean, you got to be a brute. You got to be a man to play this sport. I'm sorry. We got to get our football players to come up and do that.
I wouldn't want to meet any of these guys in a dark alley.
No, and this is one thing. I'm going to talk to Coach Koziak to support the wrestling more, because there's some kids that would really benefit from wrestling, big time.
That's
2 for the takedown.
Patient, Joe. He's rushing for that shot.
Down by 7, 126 left in the match. Gets the escape point on that. Lock back up, 15-9. By 6. Probably looking for a pin here to win.
Funny, yesterday.
1 minute remaining in the third period.
Coach LeMay was working on, hey, there's 20 seconds left. You need 5-point move. So this is perfect.
So you go for the takedown and then
right to your back.
Near
right to your back.
Near fall points. 38 seconds left. Playing keep away now.
Hello, Cam.
.30 seconds left in the match.
Well, I like how Cam was going to go down low, and then he just uses that hand to brace him away. Come on, Cam. Come on. Let's get there.
Cam's got to pour it on and lock it in. He's got to lock it in, flip it over. Forest Hill Central's not going to let him do it.
15 seconds remaining.
Forest Hills keeps a wide base, no way to flip.
I don't think there's going to be enough time. 9 seconds. Something's
got to
going to
ride it
happen
out
fast. And he's not. He's just got Cam, and Cam's locked up. And it's just not going to happen. That's the end of the third period. Well, he fought him hard.
Oh, start to finish.
Yep.
It was a 160 weight class on that one. Strong finish with the Cam, but not enough. He was able to close that.
Steve, are we going to be running out of wrestlers pretty soon?
Yeah, we'll have the senior Gabe Jensen at 71, and then the
Purple?
sophomore Ezra Purple.
Is that it then after Ezra, isn't
Yep.
it?
Yep, we're done.
Yep.
171 weight class, down 28-12 in team points right now.
Now, just a few weeks ago, we had the city tournament. How did Shores do overall in the city tournament up in Holton?
Oh, I think
in the middle
we
somewhere?
finished fourth, like a half point out of third. Which,
oh, that's not bad.
I mean, it was a two-horse race with Whitehall and the team up north, the other team up north.
Oh.
And I mean, they're by far the two most premier.
How many schools were there, Steve? 10, 15?
10, yeah, maybe.
So we did fairly well then overall.
We didn't have a full lineup.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we did great.
No, yeah. Yep, we got to get numbers for Coach LeMay. So I'm
2 points for Forest Hills.
Now, who's this wrestling for us?
It's Gabe Jensen, the senior.
Gabe Jensen. Boy, he's a nice-sized kid. Ooh.
Nice face plant there.
Hey, Joe, you were telling me powerlifting last week, and Shores did well in powerlifting too, didn't they?
Yeah,
girls.
I can't remember where they were playing.
I don't know where they were, but we took
Were they
first.
Manistee?
Is that where it was?
Right. I'm not sure. I'd have to look back at the post. But I did see some powerlifting stuff out there.
Congratulate to Coach Kozak and his young ladies. We're going to be hosting powerlifting in the
looking
middle
at
of
a possible pin. There it is. Yep.
the 15th of February, powerlifting here at Mona Shores. So pin there. I like how he's turning the participants toward Kimmin, too.
Yeah, that's very nice of him to do.
Yeah, I thought that's very nice.
It's worked out well for everybody out there in Sailor Nation Sports Network for sure. Kimmin, how you doing out there? Doing well?
He's hungry.
His back is sore. Yeah. He's telling me his back is sore.
Yeah, well, it's hungry because his back's hurting because he's hungry like all of us are here.
Yeah,
you know, Steve.
I
can imagine that pizza will.
Yeah, that ribeye. I keep waiting on that.
Yeah, boy. You know what?
Nice little shot of Kimmin from Connor's vantage point.
Let me see what time it is. Oh, it's 8:39. It's getting a little late to go to Hearthstone.
This is Ezra now, the 189 weight class. Should be our last wrestler, is that correct?
Yes.
Steve?
There you go, Ezra.
2 points. Looking for an escape here.
Yep. 2-1.
2-1.
One minute remaining. Period number one, 189-pound weight class.
Okay, now keep an eye on this because is that a warning?
I didn't see.
I believe he holds his hand up for a warning. Is that correct?
I bet. Oh, Coach LeMay is going to.
Yep. So that was what Ezra got in trouble with the last match, is backing up.
Backing up out of bounds.
Yep, and he's going to have to keep that careful. There he goes again.
Look at how they're trying to maneuver their feet right now to get that leverage. That's pretty cool.
All right, that's a reversal.
Yeah.
3-2 currently in favor of Forest Hills.
Now, Steve, there's a third guy sitting next to the assistant coach.
He's taking notes.
He's taking notes on that individual wrestler.
Yes.
Okay, and then they'll go over the notes tomorrow
Yep.
and things like that. Okay.
Ezra's looking like he might be in a little bit of trouble here, getting him down on his back. Saved by the bell.
Boy, literally saved by the bell.
2 near fall points go in, 5-2.
goodness.
5-2 to end the first
You couldn't have said
round.
that any more perfectly.
Saved by the buzzer.
bell.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that's why Joe's the lead man here in that team.
The visionary.
Huh?
The visionary.
The
no,
How
the
many phones do you work
prognosticator.
with?
The prognosticator.
2.
Two. See, that's how important he is.
What's that?
He's got 2 cell phones.
Oh, yeah.
I'm barely lucky to have one.
Well, and I'm on a rental basis.
Yeah.
Joe's got to. Well, his title.
One for Sailor Nation Sports and one for everything else.
Yeah.
No, that's not.
That's Joe. King Joe. King
You
Canoe.
have a work
Well,
phone.
people around the world now are just going KK, King Canukin, K2.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And I'm just lackey boy. Help me out.
Oh, no. You're the Hall of Famer.
No,
The
that's
Hall
right,
of
yeah.
Famer.
Yeah, in my own mind, baby. Here we go. Come on, Perp. Get him, baby. All right, we got a little something here. Come on, Perp.
Furnace.
Come on. Grab that boy. Come on, Perp. Come on.
5-2, 119 left, second round.
Uh-oh.
Got a 2.
2 for a takedown on a reversal, rather.
Yeah. Crawl out of bounds.
He may end up getting another point if he ends up going out of bounds on this.
No, not on that one.
Steve, can you get penalized then if boy, I'm in jeopardy, I got to do something, and you fight your way, get out of bounds, can you get penalized for doing that?
Not for fighting, but when you're backing up or.
Yeah, like Perp was. Okay. So will the official then tell Purple, hey, son, you can't keep backing up, that's why?
Well, he got his warning, so he should know.
Right, okay.
All right, near fall points, and it looks like it's going to be close to a pin. There it is.
There it is, yeah.
No buzzer to save him that time.
No. Well, the size differential. Look at the size that you're getting. That's 6 inches right there.
All day.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, next weight class is 215. Do we have anybody?
We
no.
did not have anybody in
so
the 215.
we're done then for
that
competition-wise, aren't we?
Done, yep.
That's correct. So the boys win one, lose one.
Yeah, they split.
Win one, lose one here at this awesome opportunity under the lights.
Under
the
the lights here
spotlight
at the-
match.
Well, we'll have to
Here
thank
at the Sailor
Mr.
Center.
Conrad, our AD.
As
Oh,
always.
thank you, Mr. Conrad.
Thank you for allowing the play. We're just having a lot of fun doing this. We hope you're enjoying everything. Again, we're always open for comments about how we can make your experience dealing with us better.
Right.
And like right now, having you, probably the best thing we could have done.
Yes.
Was to
yes,
have you,
absolutely.
and we're not
The
making fun of it,
expertise.
but expertise in your field
I'll
and doing this.
cross this off the bucket list.
Yeah, well,
Well,
what a day.
Listen, you can join us in the booth nearly anytime you want.
Anytime we have an event
I have
here,
to throw
you're
that
going to be
caveat in.
right.
Nearly.
Thank
Nearly
you.
Yeah,
anytime.
Yeah,
We
because
got-
we'd
have
like
to
to
have
do
some
one or two of
latitude
these
to-
here.
Well, the score doesn't really indicate how close it was.
Well, and
No,
it
right.
doesn't because of the voids. But all in all, every wrestler that went out there today really gave a lot of effort. That's for sure. In both of the matches.
Boy, we're not done with the voids either.
Oh, we still got more. Boy,
Yeah, I thought we were done.
They're doing the voids from earlier? Is that what they're
No.
doing?
So-
Well, it shows 112.
Well, we
That is a
started
112.
off.
Yep.
We started off at 120, 125.
Now, why did we start out there? Why
I
didn't
don't
we?
know.
Oh, okay.
That'll do it.
And that's going to do it. So, my friend, our first time doing wrestling live like this. Pretty fun. I
Way
enjoyed
fun.
it. Steve,
Yeah,
how'd you
I had
like
a great time.
I had a
It was
great
great
time,
having
Steve.
you up
Thank
here.
you so very much.
I'd go to Connor's camera, but he's got too much backlight. So
Yeah.
he's actually got to do the shot from over there for it to actually work.
That's all right,
Yeah.
Connor. We'll tell you what to do. You just listen, okay, buddy? That's it right here. Steve,
well, look
back
at
up,
that.
turn
See,
around.
now we can flip
Look
it over.
at that.
Yep.
Look at the
That's
backlight
better.
now.
Thank
See
you.
kind of
That's
how it
perfect.
comes in.
So
Highlights this right here.
So here we are, Sailor Nation Sports Fan, and we'll give you a shot from Kimmon's location as well, looking up.
Yep, looking up
Take a
at
look
the
at
heavens.
that, yep,
Looking up where the
at
Greek
us.
gods
Usually
are
he's
on
the
Mount
eye in the
Olympus
sky,
there.
but now he's the, what do we call him? The
Camera B.
The camera on the floor.
Oh, he does a great job.
He does a fantastic
right,
job. Connor, fantastic job as well.
Thank you, my
Kimmon as
friend.
well.
Great. Yep.
Steve, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Well, thank you very much for having me.
Buddy, thank you so very much. Give our best to Robbie and the family, please.
I will. Thank you very much, guys.
And listen, would you tell Coach anytime we're here to help, but more importantly, we loved what we, the opportunity. I hope you enjoyed it as well.
I will.
Please pass that along
All
to
right.
him.
Thanks, guys.
All right.
So for everybody here at Sailor Nation Sports Network, we'd like to thank everybody that tuned in tonight. Thank you very much, and we'll see you on the next one.
This is Sailor Nation Sports Network. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you next time.